Arabia. Later, terrorism and the use of the Internet. After that, the New Republic's Spencer Ackerman on the search for Osama bin Laden. Now a look at the future of Saudi Arabia, starting with a panel on the stability of the current Saudi government. This is the first of 3 discussions on Saudi Arabia, hosted by the Hudson Institute. It's about 4.5 hours.
Good morning and welcome to the Hudson Institute. We at Hudson chose to hold a conference on Saudi Arabia this morning because it's becoming more and more clear to us that the kingdom is facing a great deal of trouble these days. In the last few months, there were more terrorist attacks in Saudi Arabia than in Israel. The Saudi royal family is set to fight the terrorists, but the royals themselves are split on the question of how to deal with Al-Qaeda and the optimal way to handle it. According to some analysts in the West, Saudi Arabia might be in the midst of a civil war that might even topple the regime. From a Western point of view, the question is, if there is instability in Saudi Arabia, what happens to our oil supply? And how do we deal with the security threats that will come? Our conference today deals with these and similar issues. It deals with questions such as, is Saudi Arabia a friend of the U.S.? What are the internal political dynamics of the House of Saud? Is there an impending energy crisis? And if so, what can be done about it? Each of our speakers today will speak for about 15 minutes, and then we will open the floor to questions and answers. Our first speaker is Nina Shea. Nina Shea is the director of the Center of Religious Freedom, which she helped found in 1986 as the Puebla Institute. A human rights lawyer, she has been an international religious freedom advocate for 18 years and is nationally known for her book on anti-Christian persecution in the Lion's Den. She has served as a member of the U.S. Commission on International Religious Freedom and has represented the United States as a public delegate on the UN Commission on Human Rights in 1993 and in 2001. From 1997 to 1999, she served on the Advisory Committee on Religious Freedom abroad to the U.S. Secretary of State. Newsweek magazine accredited Mrs. Shea with making Christian persecution Washington's hottest cause for her role on building a national coalition for religious groups on foreign policy. Nina?
Well, thank you very much. It's a great honor to be on this panel. I have been asked to look at and examine the human rights situation, the human rights landscape of Saudi Arabia as sort of a scene setter. And really, Saudi Arabia should be in the Guinness World Record when it comes to human rights violations. Freedom House has ranked it one of the worst in the world. And very few details of it are publicized in our own media. One incident that I think captures the horror of some of the situations there that did penetrate Western consciousness was in March 11th, 2002, when 15 schoolgirls were pushed back by the religious police into their burning building. And firemen were prevented from coming in to rescue them, and they were prevented from going out because some of them did not have the proper head covering. And the Interior Minister, Prince Naif, ordered a full investigation and found that there was really no one in the Mutawa, the religious police, at fault. And that is just one example of the problems in the country from a human rights perspective. It's obvious what was the problem there. And the human rights violations are really part of the fabric of the society. It's based on Wahhabi ideology, a religious totalitarianism. In the basic law of the country, the very first article, it states that the Quran and the Sunnah are the Constitution. It then goes on to say that the Sharia is the basis of laws. It is the Hanbali school of Islam as interpreted from a Wahhabi perspective. And in some sense, it's more radical than traditional. The Wahhabi have sought to abolish all the pluralism of the Islamic legal schools, rejects the Western models of law. In most Muslim societies, there is some kind of combination. When there is a Sharia, there's also the Islamic jurisprudence. The fiqh stands alongside the criminal and commercial law based on Western models, but really the fiqh is the sole legal standard in Saudi Arabia. And the Islamic rulings are based on 5 categories of human behavior, everything from the forbidden to the obligatory, and then there is the Wahhabi militia, the Mutawa, the religious police, whose precise title is the League for the Promotion of Virtue and Prevention of Vice, that is charged with enforcing this behavior. It operates through local units, and therefore you can see how all Saudis are deprived of their basic freedoms and rights. There are no elections at any levels. There were partial municipal elections promised a year ago or last October. It does not seem that they're moving in that direction. There's no separation of powers. The royal family is the state. And throughout 60 years of its history, the royal family has ruled without checks on authority. There is no Bill of Rights, and the Wahhabis control the media, the educational system, the courts, and of course the religious institutions. Now, all Saudi subjects suffer from this lack of freedom, but there are really 3 categories that I believe suffer the most. And I want to touch on those today. The first is the religious minorities. And all citizens of Saudi Arabia are presumed to be Muslim, and Muslim means Wahhabis. In fact, there are 2 million Shia in the country who are native to the country. They live in the eastern oil-rich province, and they are from time to time arrested for heresy. They are considered heretics. They are sometimes forced to accept non-Shia names. And they are barred from leaving the kingdom. They have been arrested, forced to stand trial for heresy. There are examples that pop up from time to time of these kind of cases, and they're often subject to lashes. They may face execution for these charges of sorcery on occasion. One case we had, the Shia who was charged with sorcery was subject to 3,000 lashes. And the incitement against the Shia population continues unabated. Saudi officials routinely distribute pamphlets, hate pamphlets, on the differences. One is entitled "The Difference Between the Shiites and the Majority of Muslim Scholars." And the text asserts that a fictional Yemeni Jew conspired with other Jews to create a division in Islam and disseminate Jewish ideas, which became Shia Islam. As late as 2001, as the Saudi Institute reported, a high-ranking Saudi cleric, who, by the way, had been appointed by the king, issued a fatwa permitting jihad against the Saudi Shia and all Shia. The Sufis, the spiritual order of the Sufis, which can be Sunni as well as Shia, are also another group that is treated as apostates or heretics. They're another persecuted Muslim group within the kingdom, and the mere possession of Sufi literature is a capital offense. And there was a Sufi group here that issued a press release last month appealing to UNESCO to stop the Saudi destruction of 5 historic shrines that the Sufis claim that were built by Muhammad's daughter and his companions in Saudi Arabia, because there's an attempt to, again, impose this strict Wahhabi literalist interpretation on all Muslims inside the kingdom and also outside the The Saudis also prohibit any practice of non-Muslim religions among the country's expatriate workforce, and there are 7 million foreign workers, about 1/4 of the population. Many of these are Christians. Many of them come from South Asia or from the Philippines, India, Ethiopia, so forth. Visitors are required to declare their religion on a visa application, and then they are given visas. Their passports are taken from them by their employers when they enter the kingdom. Muslims are given green visas, and the infidels are given purple ones for easy spotting. It's against the law to bring non-Muslim religious literature or objects, Bibles, crosses, icons into the country. There's no religious clergy who are non-Muslim allowed in. There is theoretically, the royal families, royal leaders have recently said that there's a right to pray as Christians inside one's homes, but the religious police do not seem to respect that. When they are raided, these foreign workers' prayer sessions are raided. Their trials have been held in secret. The defendants have been denied counsel, and the courts follow summary proceedings. And we're following a case right now of an Indian Christian, Brian O'Connor. He has been tortured with electricity and lashings. He's, according to his brothers, in an attempt to abjure his faith. He has been charged with the capital offense of preaching Christianity. The U.S. Commission on International Religious Freedom has stated that underlying these repressive policies on religious freedom and other human rights is an education system that is comprised primarily of a religious curriculum, mandatory for all students, that has been found to contain hate-filled and discriminatory material. Anti-Semitic, anti-Christian, and anti-Western sentiment also remains prevalent in the government-controlled media and in sermons delivered by clerics who are under the authority of the Ministry of Islamic Affairs. So this kind of hate speech, of course, is directed against Jews. This came to international attention once again, most recently this spring, when the Saudi Crown Prince Abdulaziz, viewed as a moderate among the royal family, stated at a gathering of Saudi dignitaries, including top Muslim clerics, that the Zionists were to blame when for terrorist shootings in eastern Saudi Arabia this spring. And there are that's just one example. It was disturbing because it was from the highest level, from someone who's considered more liberal, but of course there are these fiery speeches and so-called fiery speeches from the mosque preachers whose salaries are paid by the government, who use violently anti-Jewish and anti-Semitic language in their sermons. Jews are considered wicked, destined by God for perdition. All this is in their textbooks. The protocols of the Elders of Zion are preached as fact. The American Jewish Committee just came out with an analysis of the textbooks of Saudi Arabia, which gives a chapter by chapter, textbook by textbook, grade by grade, examples of this kind of hate speech. And there is, the Basic Law offers no protections whatsoever for the rights of non-Muslims. The second category of the persecuted, and again I want to emphasize that this is a form of religious persecution. The second category are women, and they are treated as basically as children or as a group of mentally ill. The way religious law is interpreted and enforced in Saudi Arabia affects every aspect of the lives of both Saudi and foreign women and results in serious violations of their rights. Force is used to threaten or compel women to act in ways prescribed by the Mutawa and by the government's interpretation of Sharia. For example, women must adhere to a strict dress code when appearing in public. Women can only be admitted to a hospital for medical treatment upon consent of a male relative. While women formerly own 20% of Saudi businesses, they must deputize a male relative to represent them in financial transactions. Women are excluded from studying for certain professions such as engineering, journalism, architecture. They have no freedom of movement within the country and need to receive written permission from a male relative to travel inside or outside the country. Women cannot drive cars and can only ride in a car driven by driven by a close male relative or an employee, or they risk arrest by the Mutawa. And this is obviously different from every other country in the world, including other Sharia states. The personal laws are biased against women, and the criminal laws as well. The testimony by a man is said to equal the testimony of two women in court, and women cannot freely choose a spouse because they're prohibited from marrying non-Muslims. That same rule does not apply to the men. Daughters receive only half the inheritance awarded to their brothers. And it goes on and on. There's polygamy, except that there are weekend marriages, which are legal, in which the women relinquish their legal rights to financial support and nighttime cohabitation. In case of divorce, women can keep the children only until they're aged 7 or 9, depending on whether they're a boy or girl. Domestic violence is not regarded as a crime under Saudi law, and spousal abuse is prevalent. There's been recent reports in the New York Times about the foreign workers. The women have special problems when their passports are taken away by their employers. They're really at the mercy of their Saudi employers, and a number of them have reported being raped. It's illegal for a female farm worker to become pregnant in Saudi Arabia, so there are actually cases of these women being imprisoned because they have been impregnated by their employers, and some are kept as virtual slaves. One of the great ideological authors of some of these repressive practices or justifiers of these practices in Saudi Arabia is an imam, a Wahhabi imam named Bin Baz, who died in 1999 at age 85. He was responsible for the ban on driving, women driving. He calls for the radical hijab, which women are supposed to cover their face as well as their whole body, and so forth. And this Bin Baz was issued a fatwa in 1969 titled "The Transmitted and Sensory Proofs of the Rotation of the Sun and Stillness of the Earth." And he argued that the Earth was a flat disk around which the sun revolves, and that any other belief was heresy. He corrected himself after Saudi Prince Sultan took a ride in an American space shuttle and told him personally that he had witnessed the roundness of the Earth, so he changed his mind. But this is the man responsible for a number of these pronouncements on women's rights. And it really shows how this is a religious issue of women's rights, because there are group rights for imams to determine the civil and political rights of women if there are no individual rights. There is a national dialogue going on, but it was interesting because the women were separated from the men. They weren't allowed to be in the same room during this dialogue that discussed women's rights last month. In the group photo, only the men were shown. But beyond that, the views of the participants were extremely far apart, with professors from the Teachers College arguing that women had far too many rights in the kingdom. Now, the third category, I realize I am running out of time now, so I would just say that the third category, I will summarize by saying that the third category of special victim class are the dissidents and reformers. And these are, all expression is controlled by the royal family, the media. The government owns all the broadcast media. It has the ability to remove editors-in-chief of the newspapers as a way of keeping control. Internet access is filtered and so forth. And those who dissent or try to reform, such as 3 current detainees, professors, human rights activists, they can be charged with destroying the unity of the nation, which is against their basic law, or they could be charged with blasphemy. So there's really very little ability to have a debate, a serious debate, for far-reaching reform. That concludes my presentation.
Thank you so much, Nina. Our second speaker is Laurent Moraviec of the Hudson Institute, who obviously is not here because he's getting married in Paris this week. His speech, however, will be read by Jean Weicker of the Hudson Institute. Laurent is a senior fellow with Hudson in Washington, D.C. He was a senior international policy analyst with the RAND Corporation until 2002. His main research areas concern the application of anthropology to strategy, the revolution of military affairs, and information warfare. He taught philosophy in Paris and was a foreign correspondent in Germany and Central Europe for La Vie Française. He later co-founded and managed Geopol Services, a Geneva, Switzerland consulting company that advises multinational corporations and banks. Jeannie?
Okay. You're going to have to pardon me. I have a bit of a cold, so... Anyway, I will start off with reading his executive summary. In the summer of 1916, it became apparent to all that Tsar Nicholas II was failing to keep together his regime. The combined weight of external events and internal pressure was becoming too strong to be sustained by the fragile ruler. As a result, every single Grand Duke, all the members of the royal house, started conspiring and plotting on his own. Power was there for the picking. All major powers and their intelligence services sent in their agents to co-pilot and co-conspire with the Grand Dukes and buy local help. The Japanese, the Austrian and German intelligence services bought up the Bolsheviks, while the British and the French bought up the Mensheviks and the social revolutionaries. A few months later, a fortuitous incident set off what became the February Revolution. An interregnum followed, a civil war, new rulers. A major new strategic reality had arisen, with vast international ripples that shook the world indeed. The fall of the House of Saud will not have consequences lesser than the 1917 collapse of Russia and its later descent into hell. In the early 1960s, then Crown Prince, later King Faisal bin Abdul Aziz, launched the early Wahhabite grand design in earnest. He established a string of international organizations designed to assert Wahhabi dominance over world Sunni Islam. In doing so, Faisal was implementing the ultimate design of Muhammad ibn Abdul Wahhab, the founder of the creed endorsed by the Al Saud clan, a bizarre offshoot of Islam. In 1973, the Al Saud successfully conspired with other oil owners to gouge gigantic amounts of petrodollars from the consumers. There was a repeat performance in 1979. Ever since, the rating of the world economy through the mechanism of oil prices has continued in a more managed, but no less rent-exacting manner. This gave the Al Saud Wahhabi nexus the leverage needed for the religious imperial expansion. It also gave Saudi Arabia the means of purchasing itself a powerful Saudi lobby in Washington, D.C., under the guidance of the Saudi Minister for American Affairs, Bandar bin Sultan. With America under control, safely fastened to a strategy which placed the pseudo-stability offered by the Saudi princes at the center of U.S. policy, the Al Saud were able to move on. If recent history offers a clear-cut case of imperial overstretch, the Saudi Empire is it. The war against the Soviet and Afghanistan gave rise to jihad in the establishment by the Saudi authorities and secret services of the International Army of the Jihad. Osama bin Laden stands as a principal symbol and figurehead of this process. Suddenly, the quiet subversion of world Sunni Islam by Wahhabi money, missionaries, books, and teachers gave way to a hyperactive, overambitious, and frenetic arousal. Pakistan, Algeria, Indonesia, West Africa, North America, Bosnia and Kosovo, Chechnya, and Central Asia, the vast mosques of Western Europe, the world was the stage where the Wahhabi acid was corroding society, proselytizing new converts to extremism and terrorism, setting up new madrasas and new nodes of the International Army of Jihad. Thousands of feverish fanatics were churned out day after day by Islamic schools and universities within the kingdom, with their burning hatred for all non-Wahhabis. This includes Shiites, non-Wahhabi Sunnis, Christians, Jews, Westerners, modernizers, and Americans. The regime was happy to export them to wreak the havoc of jihad everywhere. The deal was firmly sealed, whereby the princes could enjoy their riches. Their lean and hungry offspring went off to battle elsewhere. The Saudi giant had clay feet, or feet of sand as you wish. It is now tottering like the statue Ozymandias in Shelley's poem. Ironically, it is the Saudis themselves who set off their own tumbling down. It was the Saudi bin Laden, funded by official, princely, and private charity money from the upper levels of Saudi society, who launched a plurality of Saudi subjects against the Twin Towers in Manhattan and the Pentagon building. America's response first toppled the towers in Manhattan and the Pentagon. America's response first toppled the Saudis' puppet regime, the Taliban. It next turned to the greatest impediment to an American strategy to face the terror threat. The State Department imagined doctrine, sometimes known as the Eisenhower Doctrine. In short, in order to protect and secure the gas station, the Arab despots and dictators that own the real estate where the oil is located must be our friends, and we must set no conditions of any sort. President Bush had the bravery of revoking that failed policy, which had brought about September 11th of unconditional support to despots and dictators. He proceeded to overthrow one of the egregious examples, Saddam Hussein, by force of arms. This justified a necessary action in turn, a lawful, legitimate, necessary effect of fighting a serious war on terror, has vastly increased the regional and internal pressure weighing on the Saudi regime. The desperate attempt by Saudi Arabia to save the hide of the monster of Baghdad, as King Fahd did in 1991, has worsened U.S.-Saudi relations, already strained by the brazen ill will manifested by the Saudi authorities wherever U.S. authorities ask for help in fighting terror. Internally, the oil wealth, huge as it is, has proven insufficient to allow the royals to keep on buying everyone's loyalties. Cracks have been audible throughout the power structure. Since the 8,000-strong family of princes has operated somewhat like the Soviet Communist Party, as the structuring element of Saudi society and excluding all others, since no totalitarian society can tolerate autonomous power centers, cracks in the family shatter the entire house. The Al Saud family is hopelessly tangled in its internal disagreements. It has become incapable of taking any major decision. King Fahd has been in a quasi-vegetative state for years. Failure by contending clans to come to terms has resulted in paralysis. It simply means that the Saudi Arabia is either on automatic pilot or that contradictory decisions are taken and implemented by different clans and factions when they temporarily gain the upper hand. Concretely, one day, some prominent prince receives a group of reform-minded Saudis. Fanfare in the Western press. Reform is on the march. Next day, reformers arrested on the orders of another prominent prince. The State Department is definitely silent. Reform? Too little, too late. Flight forward into Islamicism? Very likely, and it is playing into the hands of the challengers. How can terrorists be caught when with three of them are besieged in a compound and escape the friendly clutches of the security forces? Crown Prince Abdullah's National Guard is riddled with extreme xenophobic forces, encouraged in this by the Crown Prince and his sons. There are also many extremely suspicious connections between the ulema of this and that prince in the uppermost crust of the Al Saud family, and individuals and groups very close to al-Qaeda. The leading Wahhabi clerics have not broken their links either with their best disciples. Saudi charities continue to fund London-based and other extremist groups and media outlets. How do we understand the rise in terrorist hits in the kingdoms in the last 6 months? Let us first remember that the royal family, so far, has only been a rhetorical target of the killers, the real casualties being primarily the Americans, Britons, other Westerners, Lebanese Christians, and some unfortunate average Saudis. I am proposing to you that the forces identified with the perhaps alive Osama bin Laden have become convinced that the weakness of the dynasty is such, and that their jihad inside Saudi Arabia has reached a point where they can shoot for the sky, or rather the jackpot. Topple the House of Saud, pocket the oil fields, the holy places, and the high-tech weaponry stored in the kingdom. Externally, senior members of the several Gulf dynasties have told me in recent months that they are extraordinarily worried. They feel the ground shake across the desert. They need protection, but not from a dynasty that cannot protect itself. Internally, the dynasty does not control much. Its manifest inability to subdue or even contain terror within the kingdom is a sure sign. They cannot even protect the oil fields. Imagine the effect of a mass exodus of Western managers, engineers, and technicians. The standard calculus of power practiced by every family, head in the country and in the region, reveals a tottering dynasty. Signs have been growing that the component parts of the Saudi Empire, the Shiite provinces of Hijaz on the Gulf, the Yemenite province of Asir on the Red Sea, and first and foremost, the ancient, sophisticated Hijazi bourgeoisie now remember their ancient independence in the active fashion, and the Al Saud betrayal of promises of religious pluralism in Mecca and Medina. The Eastern Shia looks north, across into Iraq's Shia and Grand Ayatollah Sistani. It is most likely too late for the kind of national dialogue between Wahhabi and non-Wahhabi forces. Decades too late. If the foregoing analysis is essentially correct, the prognosis I issued 6 months ago that the dynasty would collapse in 18 to 24 months has been overtaken by events. Unsurprisingly, a crisis is a self-accelerating regime. James Baker, as I was told, has stated to visiting Arab dignitaries that he gave the Al Saud 5 years of survival. That was 18 months ago. A member of the Saudi lobbying firm in Washington, D.C. told me of his agreement with my timeline 2 months ago. Events are moving quickly. So, where does that leave us? We're not arguing whether the Saudi regime will collapse. We are trying to discern when. Timing is a difficult question. Some fortuitous incident, Mutawayin accidentally kills the son of some tribal chieftain. Events can cascade into an insurrection, loyalties clash, civil war can loom, provinces succeed, al-Qaeda tries a power grab. The U.S. administration should be in the business of talking to all potential Gorbachevs within the royal family, to all non-extremist opponents in and outside the kingdom, of consulting with U.S. friends and allies in the Gulf, of preparing policies with a coalition of the willing in the West and elsewhere, for it is in nobody's interest that the oil fields be either destroyed or grabbed by Islamic extremists. We ought to dust up military contingency planning to secure the oil fields in case of need, within minutes of any threat being detected. Diplomatic rationales, agreements with forces within the kingdom and the Gulf, we need that, and we need to prepare that now and not after the fact. We need to be proactive, not reactive. Of course, those in the administration and the bureaucracy who insist that the Saudis are our friends and they buy stability are hopelessly outmaneuvered by events. Otherwise, national interest is at stake at the highest strategic level. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeannie. As you all heard, Laurent Moraviec does not think that the kingdom has more than 18 to maximum 24 months of life on it before it collapses. This was quite an interesting prediction. Our next speaker is Simon Henderson, and he will be speaking on the internal political dynamics of the House of Saud. Simon is a London-based energy consultant and an adjunct scholar of the Washington Institute for Near East Policy. He set up Saudi Strategies in 1999 after a 20-year career with the Financial Times, spanning from coverage of the 1979 Iranian Revolution to the editing of two different specialist Financial Times newsletters on the Middle East. He also runs the Iraq Strategies Business Consultancy. Simon?
Can I stand?
Absolutely, please.
Does the microphone work?
Yeah, should.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Sorry, I get fed up sitting down, and I spent 8 hours yesterday sitting on a plane, which might have been longer than that because it was also delayed. Anyway, I want to talk to you about the House of Saud. My credentials for doing so are principally because I once wrote a book for the Washington Institute for Near East Policy on entitled After King Fahad's Succession in Saudi Arabia. And I usually say at this point that I've never been to Saudi Arabia, which is a statement of fact. It's not a particular statement of pride, because I think it would be interesting to go to Saudi Arabia and useful to go to Saudi Arabia. However, if you write a book about Saudi Arabia, it's not a quick way of getting a visa. And if I were given a visa, I would be worried that I might stay longer than I would hope to. Saudi Arabia is in crisis. There's no doubt that Saudi Arabia is in crisis. The only question is the definition of the crisis and how many crises they might be. I think at the moment there are two discernible crises, which I'll talk about this morning. One is the crisis of terrorism, particularly the growing apparent strength of Al-Qaeda in Saudi Arabia. And the other aspect of the crisis is the worsening relations with the United States, which have worsened in particular since the events of 9/11, and have reached the point recently where it would appear that Prince Bandar has difficulty cashing a check in this town, because the accounts for the Saudi embassy here in Washington, which were with Riggs Bank, were closed down, and the embassy had difficulty finding another bank to handle its accounts. It's a few weeks since I was last here. They might have found another bank, but they were apprehensive at one point of being able to find a bank, and so they paid their employees for 2 months because they thought there might be a hiatus here. Saudi Arabia has faced crises before and has overcome those crises. There was the 1975 assassination of King Faisal by a nephew, and there was also the 1979 seizure by Islamic militants of the Grand Mosque in Mecca. Everybody thought the world was about to collapse when those events happened. The world didn't collapse, and Saudi Arabia didn't collapse either. In fact, one of the reasons, or perhaps the reason why it didn't collapse on either occasion, was that below, amongst the senior princes, were a bunch of capable, experienced people who took the right decision. The trouble is, today, is that those capable, experienced people are 20 years older, and instead of being more experienced and more wise because of that age, they're now geriatric. They are essentially past it. We think they are. They probably think they are. It's in the nature of the Saudi system that they can't actually change the system because people can't retire, they're not allowed to, and so they cling on to power. And this means that the normal system of decision-making in Saudi Arabia, which is a consensus-based agreement, is even more difficult to reach consensus on. And when you can't reach consensus, you delay or just don't take the decision, and one fears that that's the situation that we've reached at the moment. When I am analyzing the basic power structure in Saudi Arabia, usually think of it in two ways. In light of what I'd like to say that these were my own ideas, but this is my journalistic background, which is that you seldom have ideas of your own, but you're very good at taking other people's ideas. I found these two ideas quite useful. One, it both involves a triangle. One way of looking at Saudi Arabia is to see a triangle with the House of Saud at the top, and in the bottom two corners, on one side the Islamic establishment, and the other side the technocratic commercial middle-class elite. And under this analysis, the House of Saud needs both these components, but these components try to be more influential than the other. This is what I would call a Western analysis, so that this triangle, so to speak, is in a permanent state of tension as the middle-class technocratic commercial elite tries to get one over the Islamic establishment. An alternative way of looking at it, what I would call the Saudi version of this triangle, is to say the triangle is actually much steeper and the base of it much narrower, and the House of Saud, instead of being at the top of the triangle, is in fact on one side of the triangle. And on the other upright of the triangle is the Islamic establishment of Saudi Arabia, and this version of it reflects the more equal power or the equal political influence of both groups. And then at the bottom of this steep triangle, it's the technocratic commercial elite, and this group moves from one side to another under this version of the analysis, so that when it thinks it can get some temporary advantage. But again, it means that instead of a structure of stability, you've got a structure of tension. And this is, I think, a useful way of looking at Saudi Arabia at the moment. What do the Saudis want us to believe? It's always an interesting question. And if you are living in the West, as we do, either here in the United States or in Europe, you will have seen increasingly over the last couple of years the words of the English-speaking Saudis referring to something called reform, and the words of their people who think they understand Saudi Arabia from a Saudi point of view, who also use this word reform. For a while I scratched my head when I heard the word reform. I now just smile when I heard the word reform. They, in fact, under this term, as far as I can make out, are just handing out this word to keep us happy, to give us the impression that there is progress going on in Saudi Arabia, or there is progress that we should support in Saudi Arabia if we keep our mouths shut on the criticism and encourage the existing power structure to overcome the problem in their own particular way. And a version of this, which I've noticed cropping up in several op-ed articles over recent months, is that the Saudis see the basic threat, or the House of Saud sees the basic threat from the Islamic establishment in Saudi Arabia, which they would view as becoming far too influential and needs to be cut back. It's a containment policy, so to speak. I don't believe that this is the case at all, although I recognize that the Saudis are pushing this out as a line. This is a line that I've seen several times, and I'll talk about that later if people want me to. I think what it comes down to in Saudi Arabia is that the House of Saud wants to stay in power, is determined to stay in power, and they will do anything to stay in power. And what they are in fact doing at the moment is having a battle of legitimacy, a battle of Islamic legitimacy with them on one side and Osama bin Laden, Al-Qaeda, Islamic extremism on the other side. But in fighting this battle, they are doing it in Islamic terms. And so the House of Saud is asking the Islamic establishment, which under this version of what's going on, they need, because they need them for this purpose, to delegitimize bin Laden and terrorists. And so terrorism is, fatwas are issued saying terrorism is un-Islamic. Fatwas are issued which say that support for terrorists is un-Islamic. Crown Prince Abdullah, after the attack in the Red Sea port of Yambu at the beginning of May, declared that those people, he was 95% were Zionists. Now, if, in terms of Islamic legitimacy, you can't get a greater insult against Osama bin Laden and his ilk, other than by calling them Zionists. It seems, of course, we didn't get it as that in the West. We just thought this guy's either lost it or he's just being hopelessly anti-Semitic. But that, to my mind, is what he was at. It wasn't so much words which were uttered for international an audience. Indeed, they didn't particularly want it for an international audience. They wanted it for a domestic audience. We have also heard, and to put this into this context of a sort of struggle within the royal family, a struggle which is usually been depicted as Crown Prince Abdullah on one side and Prince Naif, the Interior Minister, on the other side. Crown Prince Abdullah being the good guy, Prince Naif being the bad guy, Crown Prince Abdullah being in favor of reform, Prince Naif being allied to the Islamic militants, well, not quite the militants, but the Islamic extremists who therefore support the militants. This is all a bit odd because Crown Prince Abdullah, as the Interior Minister, is meant to be dealing with the problem of terrorism. He's the point man for doing this. I think there is rivalry there. I think the rivalry is much more complicated than that. It has to do with the fact that Naif is one of the Suderi Seven, i.e. a full brother to Fahd, Sultan, etc. He also wants to become king somewhere down the road, except the others, Fahd, Abdullah and Sultan, are all over 80. Naif is a spring chicken of 71. And there are one or two other contenders in between, which means that, I don't want to get too technical, but it's not quite as straightforward as that. But there is, I think what we're seeing there is that Naif is determined to deal with this issue because it's his issue. And if he's going to deal with it, he's going to deal with it in his own particular way. And if he can deal with it in his own particular way, he can use it for his own political ambitions as necessary, and indeed support the ambitions of his elder brother Sultan as well. And this is what he's doing. He's also using what I would call Saudi ways of dealing with the problem, which are not so much straightforward police work, which has always been a difficult thing in Saudi Arabia because of the apparent inefficiency of the police and also the fear that many of them are sympathetic to Al-Qaeda, but he's doing it by appealing to the extended families of the militants and the tribes of the militants. This is, of course, why there was the report earlier this week, I believe, in the New York Times about Saudis being released from Guantanamo Bay, apparently because they were related to tribes in the kingdom which were making a fuss about having some of their people in Guantanamo Bay. Anyway, so I've been asked to draw my remarks to a conclusion. I'll do so by saying that we have, I'd point out two particular difficulties. We're going to have a difficulty if the terrorism continues. At the moment, I think there's a hiatus in the terrorism. The May and June events have passed. If there isn't a weekly, even monthly terrorist attack, particularly against expatriates, maybe the issue will, I don't think it's going to be solved, but it will become less urgent. On a more long-term perspective, although it isn't that long-term if you happen to be 80 years old, if the senior princes die in their chronological order of age, then I can see the House of Saud being able to ride out this crisis, albeit with difficulty. If Abdullah dies before Fahd or Sultan dies before both of them, Sultan's just been in hospital for 18 days for removal of an intestinal polyp, which doesn't sound terribly pleasant, then I think we've got complications. And all of this has to be put in the context of oil. We're not interested in Saudi Arabia, frankly, for anything else other than oil, although perhaps we should be interested in Saudi Arabia much more than what we have been because of its leadership in the Islamic world. But with 25% of the world's oil reserves, the world's largest oil exporter, and the only one with spare capacity, a swing producer, Saudi Arabia is crucial for the world's oil market. It's therefore crucial for the world's economy. And if there's chaos in Saudi Arabia, then it hits us all very quickly. And at that point, we have to act. How we act is a question that I'm prepared to take on later. Thank you.
Thank you, Simon. Our final speaker is from Saudi Arabia. It's Dr. Ali Al-Ayami. Ali Al-Ayami worked for the Arabian American Oil Company for 13 years at a very early age. He was granted a scholarship to study in the U.S. He has a PhD in government from the Claremont Graduate University in Southern California. His doctoral thesis, The Impact of Modernization on the Stability of the Saudi Monarch, predicted instability and turmoil if political reform does not go hand in hand with economic improvement in Saudi Arabia. Al-Ayami was the American Friends Service Committee's director for an educational peace and human rights program in the Middle East for 8 years. He has worked with coalitions against apartheid in South Africa, as well as with Solidarity Latin and South American Group, against the death squads and dictatorial rules in South and Latin America. Al-Ayami was among the first people to organize and facilitate Arab-Jewish dialogue and reconciliation in North America. He did that for 8 years. Currently, he is in the process of establishing the Center for Democracy and Human Rights in Saudi Arabia here in Washington, D.C.
Thanks.
I too will stand up. You could tell that men are restless. They cannot sit any place long enough. Thanks very much all for coming, and I want to thank the Hudson Institute for inviting me to participate in this distinguished panel. I want to salute the Freedom House for their absolutely outstanding work on behalf of oppressed people in terms of religious and other persecutions. I have had the honor to deal with some of these folks, and I found them very great people. The institute that Dr. Romsars mentioned is being established here in Washington, D.C. I have a mission statement for it. Those of you who are interested, I'll be glad to hand it to you. I need everybody's support because not to democratize Saudi Arabia is not anymore an option for anybody here or anywhere else. We know all the problems that is facing the Saudi state and Saudi society. We also know what the Saudi royal family and its institutions are capable of doing. I am from Saudi Arabia. One of the very smallest group minorities that didn't get mentioned today, who are probably the most oppressed people in Saudi Arabia, is the Ismailis in southern Saudi Arabia. And I happen to be a member of that group myself, so I know you didn't hear much about them. It's a small group of people, about 5% of the Saudi society. And the reason they are the most oppressed they are hidden in the enclaves of the Yemeni mountains. It's between Saudi Arabia and Yemen. They are also the first people to have fought the Wahhabis in the 1800s. So the Saudi Wahhabi group have never forgiven them for their early opposition to that movement. I get occasional phone calls late at night, or actually early mornings. And one of these occasional phone calls was this morning, and I was awakened to be told that I'm going to participate in a Zionist conference here. I said, yeah, but you didn't have to wake me up to tell me this, because you have told me this before many times. So I already know that. Or call me like 9 o'clock in the evening. But I found that it's getting old after a while. I think I should apply for a membership in the Zionist organization, because I could get a magic wand, so I could wave it and everything will change. And in a serious matter, I was asked earlier to write about political structure for Saudi Arabia to replace the existing political structure, which I did. And I'll try to touch up on that a little later. But now I'm asked to talk about, is there a substitute leadership in Saudi Arabia that could take over the country? The simplest, shortest, and safest answer is yes. Yes, yes. There are 12 million people in Saudi Arabia. At least 2 million of them will do a whole lot better than the 4 aging, sick princes who are not educated, very little world experience, and living in the past. So there are 2 million Saudis who could do much better for the country, for the Middle East, and for the world than the people who are running the country. I find it extremely racist and objectionable when people ask that questions. Are there people who could run the affairs of the country? Because out of 12 million people, you could find some people who could run the country. Are there political parties in Saudi Arabia? No. Civil society? No. Organized groups? No. Simply because the Saudi royal family and its Wahhabi wing have never allowed any evolution of any civil society in Saudi Arabia. What is our role in the country is a big one. The United States have supported the Saudi royal family for 7 decades. And in fact, if it is not for the U.S. support today, the Saudi royal family probably would collapse. So we are still doing it even now for all kinds of different reasons. One of them is our plate is already full, so we can't actually we can't put any more rice in it. But we in this country have to take responsibility for what we have done to maintain the Saudi royal family in power. The question usually asked by people is are there people in Saudi Arabia who could run the affairs of the country? Are usually asked by propagandists, people who are highly paid by the Saudi government. Now this is people who are in government in this country, in Congress, and the Pentagon, and the White House, institutes in Washington, D.C. There are people everywhere who are still benefiting, and still support the Saudi system until today. I find that very disconcerting, given what the Saudi policies are doing to Americans. The people whose head got chopped in the middle of the streets are the people that graduated from Saudi government institutes, religious institutes, political institutes, and every institute you can imagine. one group of people, and I want to put this question actually at least to this group to rest. One group of people who are extremely capable of running the affairs of Saudi Arabia. And I could mention individual names, but that could put some people's life in jeopardy. This is how bad things are for the Saudi people and reformers. But one group of people who could do the job, do it well, are people I know very well. And these are people who are running the affairs of Aramco, the Arabian American Oil Company. The oil industry in Saudi Arabia is one of the most complicated, overwhelming, delicate, important enterprise. Actually, it is where all the Saudis get fed from the oil production and oil sales. This huge, gigantic industry in Saudi Arabia, every aspect of it is operated by Saudis. These are Saudi engineers, geologists, doctors, social scientists, technocrats, very, very capable people. You put those people in power in Saudi Arabia, you will have a very, very peaceful society, secular society, more secular definitely than it is now, outreaching and embracing of other peoples and their faiths and religions, and people who will not be squandering the wealth of the country and investing it overseas while the unemployment is 30% in the country. So there is a group of people who are ready to take over and to run the country very, very well. So when somebody asks, and I know this because I was one of those people. I grew up with those people. I know everyone who is running the system, the oil system in Saudi Arabia. And we became very well organized, very secular, very tolerant, very productive, among the best in the Middle East, because there was structure, guidelines, and there were rewards for people who achieve. And people were placed in places where they are in charge of their responsibilities, duties, and their lives as well. So that is a group of people who could run the oil industry, the country's affair very safely and very productively. Now, to go back to my original theme, which is a new structure for Saudi Arabia, I have written about this extensively. I have been actually saying this for the last 30 years. And unfortunately, it took 9/11 for anybody to start listening to what we have been saying for a long time. Saudi Arabia is a nation that is extremely divided along geographic lines, and the Saudi royal family and the Wahhabis did not create the world. The country was geographically divided before they get here. But they manipulated these divisions because these regions, there are 5 major regions in Saudi Arabia, and each region is, for some reasons, inhabited by people who are somewhat different than the other groups. And for the last 70 years, the country kept divided, and the divisions were manipulated for control reasons. So Saudi Arabia is actually a prime candidate for a federated system, along the lines of Switzerland, Canada, or even Mali. I don't know how many of you know where Mali is, but it's actually a very poor country in Africa, and it's a very democratic country. And if it could work in Mali, it should work in Saudi Arabia easily. So the only way that you can keep, I know the dangers that is now plaguing the society, and I know why. I know who are in it. It's not all of these terrorists you are hearing are religious fanatics at all. Some of them are religious fanatics, but they are people from every corner of the country. But they are using religion because this is the only instrument that anybody can listen to you or support you if you use Islam and religion, because this is what the government has pushed and shoved in people's throat for the last 260 years. The only way that you can keep the country together is by a federated system, a democratic federated system, where the central power is decentralized. Each of the 5 major regions should be given a full autonomy to rule itself. And it can work. And it is the only way, I happen to believe, this is the only way you can keep the country together. And I believe that the country should stay together. There are people who are advocating silencing the country and dividing it in, giving each part of the country to certain groups. I think that is one of the most dangerous advocacy that anybody can make. How do you get these regions autonomous? First of all, you have to have elections. Start with the municipal elections in every region, but all over the country. And then after that, you elect parliamentarian people to represent people nationally. Regional governors, mayors, chief of police, every aspect of governing in Saudi Arabia has to be elected locally by each municipality and by each region. Once you do that, then you have a national constitution that create a system, whether it is constitutional monarchy, I don't personally care who rules, as long as it is a democratic constitutional form of government. It can work, it should work, and we in this country and everywhere else, we have absolutely no other option except to democratize Saudi Arabia. By doing so, it will make it easier to democratize the rest of Arabs and Muslim countries. Saudi Arabia is extremely, extremely important country for some of the reasons that these folks have mentioned. It is the center of Islam. 1.2 billion people face Mecca and pray every day. And it is important because of its oil natural resources. We cannot just pack up and leave the country, even if we want to. So the best way to go about this is to keep the pressures on, to organize, to influence our the decision makers in this country, in Europe, Great Britain especially, and more important, reach out to the Saudi people inside the country. Support reformers. It's interesting that Crown Prince Abdullah will issue amnesty for killers, and there are reformers who are languishing in Saudi prisons. That tells you exactly the situation in Saudi Arabia. Thank you. I'm being asked that I'm out of time, and I'll stop right here.
Thank you so much. We would like to open the floor to questions. Yes, Nimrod.
My name is Rafaeli. I'm from Memory.
Oh, please wait for the mic.
It's Middle Eastern. Thank you.
Yes, my name is Rafaeli. I'm from Memory, and I'd like to address a question or comment to Mr. Henderson. In concluding his presentation, he said that the interest of the West in Saudi Arabia revolves around the issue of oil. And that's probably correct only to some degree, because most of the Saudi oil goes to the Far East, mainly India, China, and Japan. Now, I'd like to advance to you a thesis by an Arab columnist who wrote an article in the Saudi-owned daily Al Hayat, which is issued in London a few days ago. He said, if the oil flow from Saudi Arabia were to be interrupted, the United States is sitting firmly on top of the Iraqi oil, which is almost as large as the Saudi reserves. Therefore, it will be up to China and India to mount a military campaign to restore the flow of oil in Saudi Arabia. And I want to wonder, how do you react to that thesis? Thank you.
China and India.
Yeah. I think the thesis is the product of an Arab cafe society in London and falls down on a couple of points. One is that although there are many different types of oil, light oil, heavy oil, sour oil, etc., less sour, that's about my extent of technical ability on crude oil. There is a world oil market and there's a world oil price, and if there is a crisis in the Saudi oil fields, the impact will be on the price of oil all over the world. I agree, though, on if the government of Saudi Arabia, or we can extend it forward if there wasn't a House of Saud ruling Arabia, if that government was neither willing nor able to produce oil at the current levels with spare capacity, there would be an oil crisis unless there was an alternative swing producer, which may or may not be down the road many years, 5 to 10 at least, Iraq. If that doesn't happen, the price of oil will shoot up. I don't particularly want to see this day, but it will be interesting intellectually to know whether the world calls upon the United States to do something about it, or the United States leaves the rest of the world to worry about it. But frankly, there's only one country which has the military capacity to do it, and that is the United States.
Yes.
Stanley Corbett with the Cato Institute. Again, for Mr. Henderson, you concluded your remarks by saying you might offer some ideas about what we should do, if asked, so I'm asking.
What we should do in event of an oil crisis. Yes. Well, actually, I'll use the opportunity to say that I used to look at Saudi Arabia purely in oil terms. I think the West used to look at Saudi Arabia purely in oil terms. I think the first lesson of 9/11 was that we had to look at Saudi Arabia in terms of Islam as well and its leadership role in Islam. So, we all had to do a lot of catch-up after 9/11. What do we do? If, Erwin Stilter, who is, I believe, a fellow at the Hudson Institute, wrote in a newspaper article which I read in London a couple of weeks ago that energy policy, American energy policy, should be based on two words: aircraft carriers. Now, that was a newspaper column, and it gets a belly laugh, but there's a degree of truth in that. But to work back in logic, I suppose we could avoid that if we did everything to support the House of Saud and keep the House of Saud in place. But I think there are difficulties over that, and I can see objections about to erupt. I certainly think we have to make sure that the plans are there if necessary. And I think, frankly, this is the reason why over the last coming up 3 years since 9/11, President Bush, who would otherwise be depicted by many people, including Mr. Moore, as being a friend of the Saudis, has been, although publicly supportive, one has felt there's an increasing amount of his heart isn't in it, and he is. I see that President Bush is disappointed in the Saudis, but knows that it's because of oil. It's a much more complicated situation than that, and he cannot. He certainly, it's not worthwhile saying too much at this point, and his options for alternative policies at this point are comparatively limited, although I accept that there are other views on how we can progress from this point, and certainly how we should have progressed if the point was 30 years ago.
Dr. Alayami had something to add.
You know what we could do? See, the Saudi royal family is not exactly gasping for its last breath of fresh air, but it is probably more threatened today than ever in the history of the royal family. We know that the Saudi royal family cannot sustain itself without external support and external protection. The United States has been doing it for the last 70 years. Now, either we continue to do that with very strong conditions that will keep you as long as we can, but under these conditions, democratize the country, fire Prince Naif, the interior minister, who is the most detested man in the country, share power, create a new independent treasury. Otherwise, we will pull out. Now, who might be coming in is China. China is strengthening its relationship with Saudi Arabia today more than ever. Some people have written a little piece I read about the Saudi-Chinese relationship. But we could also tell China, we cannot tolerate the Chinese interference. Saudi Arabia has been an American domain for the last 70 years. And I predict that if there would be a nuclear war in the Middle East or anywhere, it will be between China and the Americans over the Saudi oil fields. China, by the year 2020, will be consuming more energy than we do in this country. And they have no oil, and they are strengthening their relation with the Saudis in the Gulf region. So we could do quite a bit. We, until today, the American Patriot missiles are still surrounding the Saudi cities to protect the royal family. And these Patriot missiles are manned by American soldiers. Until this day, we are still protecting the royal family. We still have a lot of leverage, but the longer we wait, the less leverage we will have. And I think we could still use that leverage. Change in Saudi Arabia is going to happen, whether we like it or we don't like it. It could be Bin Laden. It could be these little people in the streets going around killing people. So I think it is in the best interest of everybody. We are proactive as opposed to retroactive. Support the Saudi people, support the reformers inside the country, and give ultimatum to the Saudi royal family. That's the only way it's going to work.
Yes, in the back.
Mr. Henderson, Bob Andrews, you raised a point that I think most Americans are still blissfully unaware of, and that is the advantages that would accrue to Al-Qaeda by seizing the legitimacy of the Arab world as opposed to just seizing the oil fields of Saudi Arabia. Which of the two, if you had to choose the bigger threat to the world, would it be? Would it be the Al-Qaeda seizure of the oil fields or Al-Qaeda seizure of Islamic legitimacy?
Is it a real choice? No. In the absence of Osama bin Laden, I think we have to go back to what he's previously said in the past, which is that he wants the removal of the House of Saud. He wants Arabia without the Saudi bit in front of it. And he regards the House of Saud as both religiously and politically corrupt. This is, I think, the greatest danger that we're facing at the moment. There is a struggle for legitimacy. I depicted it as a narrow struggle between the House of Saud and Al-Qaeda, Osama bin Laden. I think that is arguably part of a larger struggle going on or emerging in at least other parts of the Muslim world as well. And I think it's important that that struggle isn't to our detriment. How we do that, I don't know. But the cost of getting it wrong is oil. and that's the problem.
Yes, Max?
Good morning, Max Singer, Hudson Institute. I appreciated very much Mr. Henderson's presentation, and I just wanted to get a little bit into the next level of complexity about a couple of things he said about the oil situation. The standard traditional number about Saudi Arabia having 20%, 25% of the world oil resources is limited, of course, to conventional oil. And now unconventional oil is being produced in millions of barrels a day at under $15 a barrel, and therefore is part of the world's oil resource, and therefore the Saudis have more like 10 or 12% than 25%, although that's only a long-run matter on both sides. On the issue of the Saudis having the swing production, that of course is true, but if you ask the question not swing production, but swing volumes on the market, then you have to take into account the OECD strategic reserves, which could add at least as much production per day, or not production, but supply per day, and do the same thing for prices. They can't last more than a year or so, but the basic fact about the balance of oil power, which is not so appreciated in the world, is that the West has more oil reserves than the Saudis and the Persian Gulf suppliers have money reserves. So that if there's a cutoff in oil flow, the West can replace enough of it so it does not have a catastrophe. The Saudis and the Persian Gulf suppliers cannot replace the flow of money. Maybe some fanatics can live without it for a while, but that's a good question there. And this money flow is really one of the keys. Talk about Saudi leadership in the Muslim world, but that's basically oil, because it comes from money, not from beauty, not from charm, not from the power of their ideas. It does come in part from their control of the holy sites, which is adverse to the development of Islam and the natural discussion in Islam that used to take place there before the Saudis monopolized them. But the overwhelming role in the Muslim world comes from the oil and from the money, and the money comes from the oil. So that when you go a little further in these things, there's more to be seen. Thank you.
I don't know whether I can fully answer your points, but for those of you who spend your time looking at tables of figures, you might have noticed that the Saudi proportion of world oil reserves has dropped from 25 to 24 percent. And this in the last year, and this isn't because of any real drop in the amount of Saudi oil. It's frankly because Canadian shale oil has now become to be included in the calculations one makes of this, and indeed only partly included. About 10% of Canadian shale oil reserves are now credited to Canada's reserves. That's a reflection of what people think at the moment is the current technical ability to get at that oil. However, in riposte to that, the Saudis haven't said it officially yet, but are letting people know that they think, and this will no doubt go further into the discussion of the next session, and at lunchtime, is what they're saying is that instead of, I think it's 256 billion barrels of oil that the Saudis notionally have, the actual figure they have is around 400 billion, which upsets your figure. But I think what it comes down to is that we have a difficult 3 to 5 year time horizon ahead of us, whereby Iraqi oil is not going to be on stream in any significant volumes. Technological alternatives to reliance on the internal combustion engine are just not going to be developed. Meanwhile, the leadership of Saudi Arabia is going to be increasingly old and going through processes of succession in circumstances that we can't really predict, but we imagine to be less than stable. And meanwhile, there's the whole background of Osama bin Laden and Al-Qaeda, who will try and make the situation much more difficult than what it is.
Frank Gaffney?
Frank Gaffney with the Center for Security Policy. Much of this was very interesting, and it seems that it has missed one of the parts of the Saudi picture that I think ought to be particularly of concern to Americans, as well as people elsewhere around the world, which is, of course, what it has spawned as a matter of state policy and in terms of the particular priorities of the royal family, the charities, select businesses, and of course the Wahhabi religious centers themselves. And that is the extraterritorial support for Islamist organizations, including in this country, and the support that they in turn give of a rhetorical nature or perhaps of a more material nature to terrorists as well as their sort of strain of Islam. And I just wonder, as we talk about the kinds of uncertainties that arise about where the Saudi government is going to go and what might follow it if the turmoil persists there or gets worse, what could you say to illuminate the opportunities that are available to us to shut down these Saudi-funded institutions, the cumulative effect of which is frankly still probably to be felt, but that exist in this country, that exist in Europe, that exist in Central Asia, in East Asia, and that as best I can tell, whatever they're doing to constrain sort of terrorist operations inside the kingdom itself, continue to enjoy the support of those royal and other Saudi sources. So this brings it home to us. We talk a lot about oil, but the other dimension of this is the terrorist and terrorist support enterprises, particularly in this country, and what can be done to affect them as we look at affecting the outcome in Saudi Arabia itself. Thank you.
Nina?
Well, Frank, I think you ask a very important question, because it's not simply either the House of Saud or Al-Qaeda. You may actually have both going on through this infrastructure of mosques, Islamic centers, and other institutions here and almost everywhere. We're seeing it in all the various continents and in others, particularly pronounced in the Muslim countries, Muslim majority societies. One of the things that we need to do is insist that the Saudis stop proliferating this hate mentality towards Americans, Christians, and Jews. This is what their own textbooks are full of, and their preachers state from the pulpits inside Saudi Arabia. But it's also going on in the mosques here that are supported by Saudi Arabia. We have a project underway now that's going to be released in the fall of studying the pamphlets that are being distributed in the mosques in the United States. Most of this material is in Arabic, and it's presented in an authoritative fatwa format how to direct it towards the immigrant and the exchange student. And the questions may be something like, how do we greet or how do we view the American or hosts? And the answer is always, this is the enemy, this is God's enemy, do not shake hands, do not speak to them, do not greet them first, and so forth. I remember one very striking example was a student who wrote a question in one of these pamphlets, again, distributed by the Saudi embassy with her stamp on it, saying, well, there was an imam in Europe who said that actually the Christians and Jews of the West are tolerating us and we could coexist peacefully and be friends with these people. And the answer in this official Saudi pamphlet was that imam is an apostate, and under Sharia he must be put to death. So, I mean, I think we are well within our right to demand as a nation that they stop distributing this stuff. And that is really forming, I believe, the terrorist mind and the terrorist mentality. And when you look at what those in the spring who were going on a rampage in eastern Saudi Arabia were saying as they were cutting off people's heads and slitting their throats was, another infidel has been, praise God, another infidel has been killed. So it's really that mentality.
Dr. Alayami?
Yeah, I think I think we should deal with the roots of the problems. The roots of the problems are the institutions of the Saudi government. The Saudi government, the Saudi royal family has only one legitimacy, and that is religious fanaticism. They are not going to cut funds to these people. They are not going to stop them. And I think this is where we should be focusing, on the institutions that created these people. And as long as the Saudi royal family is in power, these institutions will continue. There is no question in my mind about this, because they cannot live without the support of these people. It's as simple as that. In terms of the institutions, Saudi schools and stuff in this country, I think two things should be done. One is to put condition. If you want to open Islamic institutions in this country, we should be able to open Christians, Jews, Hindus, in every religious institutions inside Saudi Arabia. I think that's very simple demand as far as I am concerned. But we should not deviate too much from the roots of the problems. These institutions are only the symptoms of the main causes, and that's where we should be focusing, and that's our job now. I want to say something to an earlier question, and that Mr. Henderson was asked, and that is the oil and Al-Qaeda, for example. Somebody asked a question and left. The alternatives or the choices, neither of them is good. Oil is what feeds the people of the Middle East, and the Saudis are no different. And if anybody remembers, when the Iranian revolution was at its height, the Iranians were still selling oil to us, even though the streets of Tehran were full of people demonstrating and calling this country the Satans. If bin Laden takes over Saudi Arabia, and eventually somebody will, because the situation are not going to continue. If bin Laden takes over the power in Saudi Arabia, he and his groups, he's a businessman. His family is the richest people in Saudi Arabia. They make their fortunes of oil and from Americans, their relations with this country. They will be selling Saudi oil. Otherwise, they will die. Nobody in his right mind in Saudi Arabia would just take over and just shut off the oil fields. It's just not going to work. And if the Saudi terrorists who are roaming the streets of Saudi Arabia today, killing people, if they want to destroy the oil fields, I know, I work for the oil fields, they could have done it long time ago. It's easy, it's vulnerable. But that's not their target. They know what would happen to them from the people in the world. Their target is are the Saudi institutions and the Saudi royal family. I cannot say this enough. We should start supporting the people of Saudi Arabia. The more we keep the Saudi royal family in power, or at least the way things are, the more we are going to invite troubles to the shores of America and everywhere else.
Thank you. The gentleman up front here. Sorry.
That guy did speak. He's dead.
Thank you. Evgeny Novik of the former Soviet Islamic Expert. I have a question that probably a little bit debated from the main topic of discussion, but I would want to ask the members of the panel, what is your attitude to the information coming from Russia and coming from other places, that there is a close relation between the Saudi family and the Russian family and the Russian government, and that the Russian government is using Wahhabi movement and influence of Saudis on Wahhabi movement in order to control the Muslim population inside the former Soviet Union, inside the Russia, and inside the Central Asia. Because there is information, for example, that the Hizb ut-Tahrir, which are operating for example, in Uzbekistan, the Uzbek government had the complaints that Hizb ut-Tahrir was supported by the Russians. There is the information, for example, that the people coming out from Guantanamo base and coming to Russia, they were released without trial and even get the money from the Russian government. There is the information from the Russian defector in London, Levchenko, that Zawahiri, the right hand of the Osama bin Laden, he got the training in the FSB a training camp in 1996 in Russia. So what is your opinion? Do you think that it is possible that there is a certain exchange of help, mutual help between the Russian government and Saudis, and in different fields, and especially Saudi helping through Wahhabi movement to control the Muslim population in Russia? Thank you.
2 points. One is that I think you have to act in dealing with Saudi Arabia like a vacuum cleaner, and pick up every piece of information. But vacuum cleaners don't make judgments about the information. But you need to remember the information and see whether you can slot it into place. Secondly, I wouldn't even attach the word plausible. And currently, what you've just outlined to me goes into the
category of Soviet disinformation. Thank you.
The gentleman in the back with the uniform.
Good morning. I'm Commander Pete McVetti, Office of the Secretary of Defense for Policy. I'm the Saudi desk. Thanks for all your words this morning. It was very informative. I want to make sure that I have characterized what you've said this morning, and I'd like to get your thoughts. What I'm hearing is that the House of Saud, we can't accept it as a objective of the United States. It has to be removed. And I've heard that there's a military option, and then I've heard there's a military option, strong-arming the Chinese and keeping people out. We just kind of did that in Iraq. That option, I don't think, as you said, is something that is on the table for quite a while, even if we wanted to do it. Can I hear from the two other panelists what your thoughts would be on how to fix the problem? We've heard a lot about the problem. What can we do about it? The society in Saudi isn't exactly open, as you've said. Thanks.
Well, in my last response, I think that the most important thing is we have to insist that they stop proliferating hate speech both inside the kingdom and outside, that the deep hostility toward non-Wahhabis particularly towards Westerners, Christians and Jews and Americans, be stopped. And this is done, the religious establishment there are government employees. They're appointed by the king, they receive salaries, they are monitored and so forth. The Islamic Affairs Minister is a cabinet member. So there is a lot of control that the House of Saud has on what is being said, what is being printed. And I think that's our the first thing that we must do is to stop the fostering and exporting this ideology.
Hold on a minute. I wouldn't like you to go back to your office and write up a report of this morning's events in the terms which you've just suggested. I think we are here to be descriptive and analytical, and we can dance around at being coming up with solutions. But if there were solutions, we probably wouldn't be meeting here today, and if there were solutions, the title of today's meeting wouldn't have a question mark at the end of it.
Again, I want to go back to the roots of the problems. I think the military option at this point is it would be useless and destructive and no good, because we are dealing with a society that we have very little knowledge of. The solution is very obvious. There is a system that is an absolute system. There is a group of men who control a whole society. No freedom of speech, no freedom of press, no women's rights, no minorities' rights, no expatriates' rights. It's a medieval system that has to be overhauled from bottom up. You will have less problems from Saudi Arabia once the people are the masters of their own destiny, once women are free. One of the easiest solutions, or at least a quick solution to the problems of terrorism, is to empower the Saudi woman. And that can be done, actually. If the religious community in Saudi Arabia and the royal family want to use Islam in a positive way, which they have not used since they took over, then they should issue a fatwa saying that the Saudi women are human beings. They should be recognized at least that they are human beings to start with. And second, they should have the right to be human beings and explore their potentials and participate in the building of their society without any restrictions or control of men. This is one solution that can be done, and done quickly and fast. And that actually will weaken the hands of extremists and terrorists. We have to go back to the roots of the problem. It is the institutes, it's the royal family, it's the policies. You could take all the religious books from Saudi Arabia today and dump them in the ocean. That's not going to change the situation in Saudi Arabia. The only thing that will change the situation is a new political system where people have a stake and have something to hold to and believe that the country is their country, and they don't feel that way today. We are seen in this country, we are being seen as in the way of all of that. That's why we are the target of bin Laden and anybody who wants to kill Americans.
Hillel Fredkin.
Hillel Fredkin of the Hudson Institute. I want to follow the commander's question, maybe stated a little bit differently, but I think it's in the same spirit. Mr. Henderson described the structure of the regime as being dependent upon at least two pillars, or maybe three. The family itself, the technocrats, and the fuqaha. I think it was Dr. Al-Yami who added, of course, that there's been something else that's been supportive of the regime, and that's the United States government. And it would seem that the question is, the question is posed before, and the question at least that I'll pose is, how much leverage does that give us? That is to say, that how much does the Saudi government or the Saudi regime depend upon our support for its continuation? And how much leverage does that give us to advance some kind of reform short of a military intervention, which for reasons recently stated would be a complicated option for us at the moment? Is there, going back to Nina Shea's comment, obviously it would be a good idea to try to move them in the direction of a better regime of human rights and, following Dr. Al-Yami, a more democratic system. But what leverage do we have in the situation, short, again, of the military option?
Good question. I'm not sure how much leverage we have, and I suspect generations of officials in the White House, State Department, and Pentagon have sat at their desks occasionally and sort of scratched their heads and thought for leverage. And we only have to think of the example of the ambassador, the American ambassador who left last year, who made what he considered probably as a bit of leverage at what he thought was a private dinner party to say that the throne should go to Crown Prince Abdullah, and after that to the next generation, preferably Prince Saud Al Faisal, the foreign minister, or somebody like him, to find that he was no longer acceptable in Saudi Arabia and he had to leave. It's the right question, and I'm just short on answers this morning.
Can I just I just want to make a quick response, Hillel. I don't see us using any levers right now. In other situations around the world, we expose human rights problems or designate countries as being gross violators of human rights and so forth, and have different range of diplomatic options, and we don't seem to be using many of those at all. To give one small example, there is a State Department, under the International Religious Freedom Act, a State Department designation of countries of particular concern for egregious and systematic religious persecution. And although the State Department year after year puts out reports saying that there is absolutely no religious freedom in Saudi Arabia, we have shied away from actually naming them on this list. So China's on the list, Iran's on the list, but Saudi Arabia is never on the list. And so that's one little example of maybe some pressure we could put on the regime to liberalize.
No, I don't agree. We have a lot of we have a lot of leverage in this country. In fact, we are already using some of it. The speeches by President Bush in November of last year and early this year, where he called for democratizing the Middle East, is creating a lot of discussion inside Saudi Arabia that has never existed before. I'm not encouraged by what Mr. Kerry said in an interview with the Washington Post, where he said democratizing Saudi Arabia and Pakistan, which is as dangerous as the other one, is not going to be his priority. His priority will be to secure security deals with the Saudis and the Pakistanis. But I think we are already using that. All it takes, folks, this is not a complicated and impossible deal here. All it takes for the President of the United States, the congressional people, the State Department people, the Pentagon people, to specifically say to the Saudis, not just the whole Middle East, the greater Middle East. The problem is Saudi Arabia. If you correct the system in Saudi Arabia, the rest will fall into places. All they have to say is, we support the reformers inside Saudi Arabia. We support religious freedom inside Saudi Arabia. We support women's emancipation inside Saudi Arabia. If we are specific and name the Saudi state and the Saudi royal family, we will create a very strong, powerful, democratic movement inside the country. We don't actually have to invade the Saudis. We just have to put pressure directly on the Saudi royal family and its institutions.
I'm afraid we're out of time in this panel. My apologies for all of you who did not get to ask questions. There are refreshments in the foyer, and we will regather exactly at 11. Thank you.
Good to see you.
Good to see you.
Keep the good work.
Yeah, I'll be in touch, yes.
Yeah, me too.
Okay, good.
Good morning, and welcome again to this conference. I'm Hillel Fratkin. I'm a senior fellow with the Hudson Institute and also director of its new Center on Islam, Democracy, and the Future of the Muslim World. Maybe I introduce this panel, and we're a little pressed for time, so the introduction will be short. By summing up a few things from the first panel and saying where we've gotten to at this point. It seemed to me the first panel dealt with a couple of questions. First, is the Saudi regime nice? The answer to that more or less clearly was no. The second question that was raised was, is it stable? And will it survive? And we got a number of answers to that, not simply contradictory, but not necessarily the same. Mr. Moravec, who's not here, said no. Mr. Henderson said maybe. And I think Mr. Al-Yami said, even if it could, we shouldn't let it survive. We should push it over the edge. We come now, however, to the question which was sort of stated by Mr. Henderson, I think most forcefully, is why do we care? What is important here? We got into that question already in the morning session, so I'm tempted to, that is to say, the morning session, the earlier session poached on the prerogatives of this panel, and I'm tempted to ask them, to invite them to poach on the earlier panel, but our time is short, and it was obvious from the first panel that really one of the things that makes this all very, very crucial is the question of oil. I do want to say that I want to underline what it seemed to me was an important point that Mr. Henderson first brought up and others seconded, that it isn't merely the oil, but of course the money that oil produces and the resources that are available for other sorts of mischief. But that is a question we'll have to come back to some other time. We are today fortunate to have an extremely distinguished panel. And again, since our time is short, I think what I'm going to do, with their permission, is just simply enumerate their names, their affiliations, and also the subjects that they will be taking up so that you have some idea how this panel unfolds or was designed to unfold. First, we will hear from Robert Heiler, Vice President of the Global Water and Energy Strategy Team, and he will be speaking about the Saudi-driven market volatility and its impact on the U.S. economy, which I suppose is question number one. Thereafter, we will hear from Michael Wiebe, President of the Global Water and Energy Strategy Team, on changes in the oil market, and in particular, potential new producers. Following Mr. Wiebe, we will hear from Ann Corin, who is the Director of the Policy and Strategic Planning at the Institute for the Analysis of Global Security. And her topic is, Can alternative energy sources replace the Saudi share? Finally, we will hear from Harold Waller, who is professor of political science at McGill University, and he, if I'm not mistaken, will be addressing in a way the question that came up at the very end of the first panel, at least one aspect of it, U.S. contingency planning for Saudi Arabia, military, political, and economic strategies. Let me invite first Mr. Heiler. You guys know what you're...
Actually, I need that. The red disc had my presentation.
I'm so technically challenged. No, that's for my
From the Hudson, July 9. There we go. Cold War parallels. It's this one. It's not happening. I can do without it. Let's just move on.
Okay.
Ah, there we go. Slideshow.
Okay. Right.
Okay. Sorry about the technical difficulties. And I confess that as he introduced, I did set out to consider certain considerations within Saudi Arabia and their effect on the oil market and on the U.S. economy. And interestingly, the same thing happened to me in that inquiry that happened into the first panel here this morning. And so the topic here, while it is not exactly as it was billed, is actually very responsive to the questions that were being asked at the end of the first panel. So that's a happy coincidence. The first panel, let me say by way of introduction, and getting into what I have to say here today, was a very cogent analysis of the ends, I believe, of what ends we should be pursuing as a matter of American foreign policy in Saudi Arabia. It was a little light on means. We saw that with the questions at the end of the first panel. We're struggling to answer questions about how do we bring pressure to bear, how do we change the atmosphere within the kingdom in a way that might create a new regime or modify the existing regime, do something to solve all the problems that the first panel summed up pretty well. And that's what I'm here to talk about today. When I was considering these internal considerations and their effect on market volatility, I became aware of three things. First of all, that the level of economic vulnerability of the United States to the internal machinations of Saudi Arabia is profound. Secondly, there are forces in power in Saudi Arabia that are aware of this and that not only attempt to manipulate sometimes the oil market to their economic benefit, but also to exert influence on American domestic politics and on geopolitics of the region and the world. Finally, the third realization, which is implied by the first two, is that consideration of Saudi Arabia in purely economic or purely political terms is ultimately fruitless that if you want to consider what the large question of how American foreign policy should approach the kingdom, you have to integrate these two modes of analysis. You have to do them simultaneously. Immediately when I saw that, and perhaps partly because of the death of Ronald Reagan recently, I saw parallels to the Cold War. Although it was not noticed at the time, hindsight has allowed many to see that Reagan's approach to the Cold War, which he characterized as "we win and they lose," required a similar simultaneous strategic, rhetorical, and economic vision. The essentials of Reagan winning the Cold War, of his strategy, were to apply pressure on the Soviet Union, which is exactly what we were talking about at the end of the last panel with respect to Saudi Arabia. Through inflammatory rhetoric, a defense budget to back it up, and a variety of direct challenges, such as Afghanistan, Grenada, Nicaragua, deploying Persian missiles to Western Europe, the famous walkout in Reykjavik, and the stubborn dedication to the Strategic Defense Initiative. These were all means of placing pressure on the Kremlin and on the enemy in the Cold War. At the same time, the Reagan tax cuts and his political courage to stand up to what was pretty harsh criticism over record deficits revved the U.S. economy up to a level that allowed for a clean advantage in a fast-paced new arms race, which he instigated. All of this pressure exploited internal divisions that already existed in the Kremlin. Perhaps the greatest strategic mind in matters of defense of nations in human history is certainly one of them. Sun Tzu taught us that to win 100 victories in 100 battles is not the acme of skill. To subdue the enemy without fighting, that is the acme of skill. That is what Reagan was able to do, and that should be in the Cold War, and that should be our strategic emphasis, and that is what we should concentrate on finding a way to do in the global war on terror. For reasons that I will get into, I believe that Saudi Arabia is the strategic center of gravity of the global war on terror, and that is what I'm trying to get at here today. When Time magazine named Mikhail Gorbachev the man of the decade, they missed an important point, which is that without these pressures that Reagan brought to bear, Mikhail Gorbachev probably never comes to power. So there are ways to affect even extremely closed societies by creating pressures on the internal environment of them. And what I'm going to try to do here is to suggest one way that one course that we might pursue to do that in Saudi Arabia. While the enemy in the global war on terror is hard to define, a strong case can be made that Saudi Arabia is its strategic center of gravity. This case rests on the kingdom's position in OPEC and the oil market at large. And also on its status as the birthplace of the home of Wahhabism and its cultural and religious position as the land of two mosques, home of Mecca and Medina. The oil market is the financial backbone of Islamic terrorism. Most of the funding of the Islamic charities that were referred to by Frank Gaffney's question are pointed to by world-class intelligence agencies as financiers of terrorism, and most of their money ultimately can be traced back to the oil industry in some way. Despite official denials, strong evidence indicates Saudi bankrolling of Afghani and Pakistani madrasas that breed hatred of America and the West and teach terrorist strategy and tactics. Some major progress in dealing with that has been made since we went into Afghanistan, but it is still happening here in this country and around the world, as was pointed out in the first panel. The House of Saud, however, the House of Saud is not, in my view, as monolithic as we tend to think of it sometimes in the West. It's an internecine political arrangement itself, and there are different competing centers of power in the House of Saud. Some people do not think carefully enough about that when they're considering how we might affect the internal machinations of it. Recently, there have been public statements that were discussed earlier by members of the House of Saud calling for jihad against the terrorist elements in their own country, calling them apostates, bad Muslims. This is a schism that exists in all of Saudi society, and apparently within the royal family itself, that needs to be exploited by American policy if there's any hope of truly winning the global war on terror and reforming Saudi Arabia into a force that encourages Islamic reform. Strategically, no number of terrorists killed by Americans will ever be enough to win this war. And the reason for that is that when they're killed by Americans or Western forces, they become martyrs. Others pick up the swords and fight on. The only way that the war is going to be won is not a military way that is a direct confrontation between the West and the terrorists. It's going to be won by affecting other elements within the Islamic community that will transform Islam from within and put these people out. Put these people out of a position of power within the Arab and Muslim communities. This requires that American policy affect the creation and empowerment of a Saudi Gorbachev, if not an individual, then a movement that will pursue a new paradigm for progress that will result in, as Dr. Al-Yami advocated, a constitutional monarchy, a federated system, some form of government that taps into the millions of Saudis that are not members of the royal family and that are not part of the problem. They're what has to be part of the solution. The reason Saudi Arabia is the strategic focus is, as I pointed out, its position as in the oil market, not only its own tremendous oil production, but also its position in OPEC, which is not only an economic position, but one of culture, of Arab culture as well. They are able to use that as a lever to control even more production in other Arab countries because they are the land of two mosques and because they occupy that position in the culture. These are the things that we have to do in order to fight that. We have to frame the global war on terror as a war for Islam, not a war with Islam. We have to enlist these people to help us in affecting change within Islam itself. We have to mitigate the economic risk of the oil weapon, and that's a huge problem, a huge thing in itself. I have a couple of slides on here. I've got just a couple of minutes left, but I will go through them quickly. We have to interrupt funding cycles. We have to demonstrate American commitment to an ally in the Arab world, which is something we've had a problem with historically. And we have to win over the land of two mosques to get some Islamic legitimacy within the community. Adaptation of the Reagan strategy includes all of these to the global war on terror. Includes strengthening America against economic attack through oil market manipulation, supporting non-terrorist elements throughout the Middle East, the greater Middle East, and challenging the leaders of these countries to implement constitutional reform, and finally giving credit to those leaders that comply. Quickly, improving American resistance to oil market manipulation requires a shotgun approach. We have a lot of debate in this country about whether that should be focused on the demand side or the supply side. The answer is it should be focused on both. We need to increase our own production. We need to find other sources of production in places like Canada, Mexico, South America, and West Africa that are not part of this enormous strategic battle that we are, or not as much a part of it as Saudi Arabia and other Middle Eastern producers are. And we need to encourage alternative energy sources, wind, hydro, hybrid vehicles, if that means that we give tax credits for the purchase of hybrid vehicles, things like that. That's something we should do. And the president needs to use the bully pulpit to make energy conservation a wartime priority and explain that the money that we pay for this commodity is part of the problem, and we need to put ourselves on a better economic footing so that the Saudi Arabian and other forces within the oil market that target us through it will not have as much power. And we should establish a tactical petroleum reserve that is used for times of price spiking. The use of the Strategic Petroleum Reserve for this purpose is not a good idea. We need to keep that in reserve for when the spit really hits the fan. But we could establish a second one, build up more reserves over time, and have a ready supply to release into the market when there's a crunch. So that is one way of looking at how do we get it done? How do we hit the strategy? What is the strategy for affecting change within Saudi Arabia, which is the first place we have to start on a strategic level. We've obviously already started in Iraq, but that's one attempt to answer the questions of the last panel. So, thank you.
Michael, do you want to go there as well? We'll now hear from Michael Wiebe. I'll keep reminding you of the subjects: changes in the oil market, potential new producers.
Well, thank you very much. I really appreciate having been invited to the panel. And I want to thank my colleague, Robert Heiler, for actually setting up the presentation I'm about to make. What Bob did was provide you, I think, a geostrategic context of the centrality of Saudi Arabia within U.S. national security policy planning. And what I'd like to do is take a look at this issue from the perspective of the market and how Saudi Arabia's centrality is affecting the market at this current stage in time. Prior to 9/11, the U.S. understanding of conditions in Saudi Arabia were filtered through official pronouncements of the kingdom and their representatives in the United States. Analysis and evaluation was superseded by a code of silence that provided the necessary cover for al-Qaeda to plan and execute their attacks in New York and in Washington. Almost 3 years later, the United States is risking a similar failure in energy security by denying or ignoring the looming threat of a prolonged turbulence in oil pricing and supply arising from instability in the Middle East, but particularly in Saudi Arabia. As the House of Saud contends with the challenge of al-Qaeda within its borders, both groups share a common goal, namely to influence the oil market in their own interest. For the Saudi regime, this means high oil prices may have a deterrent value upon the administration's ambitions to change the geopolitical landscape of the region. For al-Qaeda, disruption of supply and even higher prices may achieve in Washington what was achieved in Madrid by the bombings. On February 10th, OPEC announced its decision to cut production by 1.5 million barrels per day and to impose discipline upon chronic quota busting in the hope that further reduction of production by an additional million barrels per day would establish a lower price band in the $22 to $28 range as the value for the commodity. However, prices went up, and in unusually blunt language, U.S. Treasury Secretary John Snow called the decision regrettable and that the move would effectively be a tax on U.S. consumers. In response, the Saudi newspaper Al Raid, likely reflecting the position of the regime itself, said, "America has made no secret of its strategy to rob OPEC of the right to protect its interests," and added that by encouraging oil exploration and production in non-OPEC states, Washington was waging an open war on OPEC and oil producers, especially Arab, meaning Saudi, producers, which represent the strength of the cartel. To many institutional analysts, the OPEC decision to cut production came as a surprise. OPEC was not expected to change its ceilings and quotas because the basket appeared to be moving back again to the $22, $28 range. However, it seems quite likely that the primary driver in the decision to cut production was not revenue management, but rather massive revenue generation through an exploitation of speculative fears unnerving the market. Since that time, Saudi Arabia and its primary allies, Iran and Venezuela, embarked on a course that has effectively maintained prices in the high 30s. And to provide context for you, only 4 years ago, the average price on a barrel of crude was $20. The average price in the 1990s was $19.50. In other words, at the $40 range, which we've reached just a couple days ago, we've increased the price on crude by 100% in the span of 4 years. Manipulation of the market to achieve political goals is nothing new, as Prince Bandar has recently conceded. For the House of Saud, high oil prices so close to the presidential elections is meant to be a deterrent to the administration's effort to again alter the geopolitical equation in the Persian Gulf via its Iraq policies and via the Greater Middle East Initiative that was articulated at the G8 and NATO summits recently. If successful, these two policies would see a democratic Iraq producing 5 to 6 million barrels a day, seizing market share away from Saudi Arabia. Because if you recall, prior to the first Gulf War, Iraq was producing approximately 3 to 3.5 million barrels a day, Saudi Arabia only 5. Since the first Gulf War, Saudi production picked up the slack from the loss of Iraqi volume, and it was effectively subsidizing its economy through the increased market share that derived from Iraq being taken off the market. Iraq will also become the recipient of valued, significant investment flows into its oil infrastructure. Furthermore, these American initiatives would place greater power or shift greater political power to the Shiites of the region, the Shiites of Iraq, but also the Shiites of the eastern province, the oil-rich eastern province of Saudi Arabia, who constitute a majority in that region of the country. It's not surprising, therefore, that we've seen some very interesting moves by the Saudis in the last few weeks, including an ailing King Fahd joining with Egypt's President Mubarak to issue a communique rejecting President Bush's plans for Middle East democratization, rejecting the invitation to attend the G8 summit in Georgia, and pronouncements by Saudi Oil Minister Naimi, which conflict one with the other in terms of whether OPEC intends to increase production, lower production, whether OPEC wants to maintain within the $22, $28 band or pursue a $30 to $34 band. These conflicting and contradictory statements add uncertainty to the market and in turn generate even higher prices. Given the charged political environment of an American presidential election cycle and the need to maintain momentum for economic recovery, President Bush is perceived by the OPEC hawks as susceptible to the political pressures that would arise from retail gasoline above $2 per gallon. Indeed, on March 1st, the New York Times quoted Venezuelan President Hugo Chavez as warning, quote, "The people of the United States should know that they will not get another drop of oil from Venezuela should the Bush administration carry out what Chavez called American aggressions against Venezuela." The fact that the Chavez declaration came immediately upon the heels of the OPEC decision, I believe, was a clear signal to the Bush administration that its foreign policy objectives towards the Middle East, Saudi Arabia, and by extension OPEC would be met with a counter-strategy that could negatively impact the American economy prior to the November presidential elections. And it's interesting to note the statement by Tom Ridge, although I'm not making a linkage, the statement by Tom Ridge yesterday that indeed we might be expecting, that the administration was expecting a terrorist attack prior to the U.S. elections in the hopes that this would somehow affect the outcome of those elections. No matter the best intentions of the United States, the region's fundamental economic and political structural weaknesses will define this part of the world as a geopolitical uncertainty for years to come. With massive reserves and high production levels, the Persian Gulf's volatility will most likely act as an upward pressure on global pricing, creating a geopolitical premium of several dollars per barrel above the point of market equilibrium. If you take a point of market equilibrium on the high side of the current band, the OPEC band, $22, $28, and assume that's the point of equilibrium, $28 in the barrel, and look at the current average that we've had for this year, which is approximately $36 a barrel, in effect, we have a geopolitical premium of $8, and that quantifies itself into approximately 40 cents on a gallon of gasoline. Any major terrorist attack on oil installations or supply lines could spike prices above the $40 range, as high as $50 or $60, with the degree of disruption determining the duration of the artificially high price. Julian Lee, senior analyst at the Center for Global Energy Studies in London, and Fadel Gahed at Oppenheimer suggest the possibility of $80 per barrel and a built-in fear premium of $15 per barrel, depending on certain conditions in the security environment in the Persian Gulf and along the chain of supply. In terms of al-Qaeda, it's our assessment that al-Qaeda has adopted a rational and coherent strategy to destabilize the Saudi regime in a manner similar to the well-organized and ideologically committed Bolsheviks of Tsarist Russia. Al-Qaeda and its allies inside the kingdom are taking full advantage of schism within the House of Saud and ensuing internal political paralysis to execute a campaign that would erode the regime's standing with the Saudi population, the international community, and the global oil market. Supplemented with a clear understanding of the antipathy that many senior members of the royal family have towards the Bush administration's post-9/11 policies to alter the landscape in the Persian Gulf, which would most likely lead to the eventual loss of power by the Saudi monarchy. The props that hold this regime up are being eroded slowly but methodically. Al-Qaeda's low-level but sustained campaign of urban guerrilla warfare has two short-term objectives, both of which impact on market conditions. The first objective, partially attained, is the reduction or elimination of skilled foreign workers, especially U.S. and Western oil engineers and technicians and security consultants. The second objective, which may have already been fully achieved, is the shattering of Saudi Arabia's carefully constructed and maintained image as the bedrock of stability in the oil-rich Persian Gulf and as the cornerstone for OPEC's ability to maintain pricing stability. The success of the latter is evidenced by the departure of major corporations like Citicorp and the near elimination of the presence of U.S. supermajors from a field of investment to which they have been historically connected since the 1930s. Recent advisories by the U.S. and U.K. governments that their nationals leave Saudi Arabia accurately reflect a deteriorating domestic condition that recently prompted the Saudi government to request of the United States experts to train Saudi security forces with crash courses in counterterrorism. It's possible that the next phase of al-Qaeda operations in Saudi Arabia may target the country's oil installations and facilities in a manner to replicate ongoing sabotage of Iraq's oil infrastructure. On July 7th, Secretary of Energy Abraham said, "I don't know what al-Qaeda wants, but at least one area being targeted by the terrorists is oil supply. At least that is what we've seen in Iraq and Saudi Arabia." The opening of such a new phase of operation following the attacks on foreign workers and the creation of an unprecedented high-risk investment climate in Saudi would create an entirely new economic and security dynamic in that country, which could eventually compel the United States to consider any number of contingencies to deal with disruption of supply and possible further destabilization of the regime. The possibility then exists that al-Qaeda, with its intimate and sophisticated knowledge of the market, could, using selective techniques or applying selective techniques to the market, spike prices up as high as $60 a barrel. 60 is an important number because that basically equates to $3 on a gallon. When the American consumer has to deal with $3 a gallon gasoline, there will be political repercussions. That may be one of the reasons why, a few months ago, California was considered as a possibility for the Republicans to play in insofar as the November 4th election. $3 a gallon gasoline hit California about a month and a half ago, and I think California, safe to say, is off the map in terms of the Republican efforts to win that state in the November 4th election. The April edition of the Al-Qaeda online magazine, Voice of Jihad, referred to the manipulation of the global commodities market and the means by which to undermine the American economy. The authors of the magazine were cognizant of not only military objectives, but also objectives of an economic nature and the use of a free market in the Western world as a tool against itself. Accordingly, a new potent factor has been injected into the calculus of the market, a calculus that Alan Greenspan has recently acknowledged as driven by fears of long-term supply disruptions in the Middle East. Whether generated by psychological or supply dynamics, speculators from around the globe are breaking new and advantageous ground and fueling an already artificially high price for oil that Secretary Abraham laments as a faulty logic of hedge funds and speculators who keep prices high. This then is the current state that the market has to be viewed in a market in transition, a market in flux, high volatility, multiple scenarios, requiring solutions reflecting that period in transition, when one solution may be the creation of an entirely new pricing mechanism to replace OPEC.
Thank you, Michael. Next, we will hear from Ann Coren, again, Director of the Policy and Strategic Planning at the Institute for the Analysis of Global Security, who will speak to us about can alternative energy sources replace the Saudi share?
Thank you. The speakers before me were excellent. Let me just emphasize a few points here. And harking back to the previous panel, I want to touch on the military solution. Let's not forget, we can conquer any part of the Persian Gulf that we wish, but holding a part of the Gulf and extracting the oil is quite a different matter. If we look at Iraq, we see over 130 attacks on pipelines since the end of hostilities. So thinking that a different and result in an extremely reduced production ability to export in Iraq, thinking we'll see anything different in Saudi Arabia or any place else is naive. Second, looking at oil as a terrorist target, as Mr. Wibby raised, I just want to cite a quote that really shows that this is a case. If we look after the attack on the French tanker, the Limburg, off the coast of Yemen, let's recall what Al-Qaeda said, which is by hitting the oil tanker in Yemen, we have hit the provision line and the feeding to the artery of the life of the Crusader nation. I don't think I need to elaborate more on the intent here. All right, talking about solutions. After 9/11, there's been a lot of talk about, well, you know, we're too dependent on the Middle East. Middle East is too volatile. Let's start looking outside the Middle East. And this really recalls what Churchill said in moving the Royal Navy, the British Royal Navy, from coal to oil, which is, as you can see over there, that safety and certainty in oil lies in diversity of supply and that alone. Well, is that something that is really realistic today? There's been a lot of talk about Africa, Russia, the Caspian. What do the reserves tell us? First of all, when we look at Africa, let's remember not to include North Africa, because Libya and Algeria should rightfully be considered part of the Middle East. Second, Middle East and North Africa contain almost 70% of world oil reserves. And if we look at the reserves to production ratio, which tells us how fast countries are producing, oil producers are producing as compared to the reserves, what we see is that outside of OPEC, the reserves to production ratio is much lower than in OPEC. And for obvious reasons, OPEC producers produce according to a quota, non-OPEC produce as much as they can, and so what we see is that if we continue at the current pace, we're going to be creating a much worse problem down the line as we deplete non-OPEC reserves much more quickly than OPEC. We will end up much more dependent on the Middle East down the line. Second, let's look at Africa as a particular example. Africa has 4.5% of world oil reserves. West Africa, that is. Let's look at also those are proven reserves. If we look at what the U.S. Geological Survey says about potential for discovery, they give a 50% probability to discovering another 70 billion barrels of oil in Africa. If we add up the undiscovered and the proven reserves, we come up with 6 years of consecutive total world consumption, which is just not a lot. And let's not forget that in Africa we face many of the same problems as the Middle East. Nigeria is half under Sharia law. Many of the most corrupt countries in the world are in this area. If you've been following the news, you know that Total stopped production for a few days in Nigeria. There's ethnic strife. There's continuous disruption of oil supplies there. So not a stable region. And I think we see that with other regions that we look at. Let's not end up exporting the problems of the Middle East to other areas of the world. Next thing, Canada. A lot has been said about tar sands, and some questions were asked about it here. First of all, you know, Canada is a positive addition to our energy portfolio. But let's look at the reality, and the reality is that less than 20% of the tar sands, the heavy oil in Canada, can be produced economically, and that production requires a lot of natural gas, and we're in the midst of a natural gas crisis right now, which is not likely to get better anytime in the future. So let's not bank on Canada too much. So what can we do? I want to play on your point about Reagan. I think this is exactly right, and let's focus in specifically on SDI, the Strategic Defense Initiative. Reagan, one of the components to winning the Cold War was looking at technology as a game changer. And in this case, too, technology can be a game changer. Certainly in making Canadian oil cheaper to extract, but also in other ways. As long as oil is a currency, there is no doubt that cheap Middle Eastern oil will carry the day. So if we want to become economically more immune to disruptions, we need to change the currency. We have choice in every aspect of our lives. We do not have choice when it comes to transportation fuel. And why does transportation fuel matter? Because 2/3 of our consumption of oil in this country, and the bulk of growth in oil consumption from China, India, overseas, is coming from the transportation sector. 2/3 of that is coming from automobiles. So we need to look at how we can replace the fuel in those automobiles from petroleum-based fuel to non-petroleum-based fuels. I'm not going to talk about any pie-in-the-sky technologies. They're very nice, and they may be good for 20 or 30 years, but we don't have that long. So what do we have available right now? Or what can be made available in the next few years? First of all, let's look at the domestic resources that we have and the other major consumers have. We don't have a lot of oil. We don't have a lot of natural gas. We have 3% of world reserves of both, and we consume 1/4 of the world's supply of both. But we have a lot of coal. We have a lot of biomass, agricultural waste. We have nuclear energy, solar, wind, hydro, geothermal. But let's focus on the first three, first of all. What can we do with these? How can we use these to power our vehicles? Well, the first thing we can produce is electricity. Why should we care about electricity? I'm sure many of you remember the electric cars that so spectacularly failed years ago. Well, technology has advanced a lot since then. Battery technology, but also other types of vehicle technology, control systems, and so forth. And what we see is, well, first of all, you're all familiar with the hybrid cars. Hybrid cars improve your efficiency, but they don't get charged from an external source. You're charging a hybrid car when you press on the brakes. The only fuel you supply to a hybrid car is coming from petroleum, from gasoline. What's the next step? Plug-in hybrid vehicles. These are vehicles that Daimler Chrysler is starting to produce. These are vehicles that have a fuel tank, and you can plug them in. What does this mean? They don't face the range limitation that electric cars faced. You can't offer the American consumer or any other consumer a product that's less good than what they already have. But effectively, a plug-in hybrid vehicle with, let's say, a plug-in hybrid Hummer with 20 miles of battery range. This is a vehicle that you'd plug in at night in your garage in a standard outlet, same way you come home, plug in your laptop or cell phone, at work in your parking garage. These are times when electric utilities have excess capacity. That plug-in hybrid Hummer is going to consume less gasoline than a compact sedan, standard. That's a big deal. All right, next, let's look at what other fuels, liquid fuels we have. So electricity is one transportation fuel. What are the other ones? And I want you to keep in mind, just as in a computer you have a USB plug, so you plug and play, you can alternate things. If we want a robust energy system, we can't go from one thing to another thing. We need to have many, many possibilities of fueling our vehicles. So think of these as plug and play. I talked about plug-in hybrids. Let's talk about flexible fuel vehicles. These are internal combustion engine vehicles, or vehicles just like a car. Some of you may be driving them and not realize it even. These are cars that can run on any combination of gasoline and alcohol fuel. There are other types of flexible fuels, but these are the ones I'm concerned with right now. It costs an auto manufacturer less than $100 a car to make a vehicle a flexible fuel vehicle. If you drive a Mercedes C320 or a Dodge Caravan, you're driving a flexible fuel vehicle. There's 3 million of them on the road today. What are alcohol fuels? Well, I'm sure all of you are familiar with ethanol. Ethanol is an alcohol you make by fermenting corn, sugar cane, sugar beet. There's a lot of money and work being done on trying to produce ethanol from the rest of the crop, the waste, so to speak, but that's still in the R&D stage. There's another alcohol fuel called methanol. Ethanol is grain alcohol. You make it by fermenting crops. Methanol is wood alcohol. You make it by a process called gasifying. You can gasify any carbon-carrying substance, be that oil, natural gas, biomass waste, or most interestingly, coal. Why most interestingly? Because the U.S. is the Saudi Arabia of coal. Montana, in fact, you can think of as the Kuwait of coal. China has a lot of coal. India has a lot of coal. The major oil-consuming countries that don't have enough oil to supply their own needs have a great deal of coal. There's a plant in Kingsport, Tennessee. If you're interested in details, you can find them on our website or Department of Energy website that produces the commercial scale plant. It's been around for over a decade, produces the alcohol fuel methanol from coal cleanly at under 50 cents a gallon. Very effective fuel. It's the fuel that Indy 500 race cars use because it's less flammable than gasoline. Next. You know, when we look at energy independence, first of all, we're always going to need oil. There's no question. This has oil in it. I mean, everything you touch has oil or uses oil in some way or another. But let's focus on trying to reduce our oil use in the transportation sector, because there's so many other sectors that will always need oil. And if we get that bulk out of the way, then oil is going to become just another commodity. The way pepper was once a strategic commodity and it no longer is. Oil can become just another commodity. And keep in mind, it's like a stool with 3 legs, and if you take out a leg, they're all going to collapse. One is diversification. So I talked about Africa before, the Caspian. I'm not saying, it's bad to go to Africa. I'm saying let's keep in mind that these are stopgap solutions. It buys us time, and let's use that time wisely. Let's use that time wisely to increase efficiency. Efficiency is important. And let's use that time wisely to create a transformation in the market. So this is not going to be quick. Any diffusion of technology in a market is not quick. Even if you look at cell phones or the internet or things that do not have as much infrastructure required for the transformation as the transportation fuel and vehicle industry. It's going to take 15 to 20 years in the best case. But if we don't start now, then it's going to take 15 to 20 years from any point we start. I want to talk about one last thing, which is, okay, what can we do if something really bad happens tomorrow? And that's the Strategic Petroleum Reserve. And the Strategic Petroleum Reserve has, I believe, 660 million barrels of oil today. Its capacity is 700 million barrels. We need to increase that reserve, no matter what the political cry to whichever direction is. Europe, China, they all need to have a similar reserve. I would say 1 billion barrels of oil each. And this was mentioned already today, but I believe you mentioned it. If we have enough of that reserve, we do 2 things. One, it's like a blood bank, okay? So if something bad happens, it helps us keep our head above water for a while until hopefully, the blown terminal can be fixed, the refinery can be rebuilt, or whatever. But the other thing it can do, if we have more oil than we need for such a contingency, is that it can replace the Saudi spare capacity. If we have enough oil in the Strategic Petroleum Reserve, and no question, this is going to be really unpleasant to the market in the short term to create such a big reserve around the world. There's going to be a lot of screaming. There's going to be a lot of pain in the market because of it. But if we create such a reserve, then what we do is we are no longer beholden to the Saudis and their price games and lowering the supply and raising the supply to extract more money out of our economy. We simply respond with, releasing oil from that reserve when they're playing games in the market. But we can only do that. We can't do that now because we don't have enough of a reserve to tide us over in case of a catastrophe. We can only do that if we have enough oil in there to act as a secondary liquidity reserve. Thank you very much.
Our final speaker is Harold Waller, who will speak to us about contingency planning with regard to Saudi Arabia and a variety of strategies, I understand, military, political, and economic.
Thank you very much. In the complicated mix of interests between Saudi Arabia and the United States, the Saudis have predicated their relationship with the U.S. on oil primarily, but also on the promise of stability in a region where instability often lurks just below the surface. Now, however, there are reasons to speculate as to whether the regime's vaunted stability can be maintained, as we heard earlier this morning. The serious terror attacks in past years, but especially in 2004, raised questions about the government's ability to maintain security in the face of determined efforts by Islamic radicals. Terrorism is not the only development that has raised concerns about Saudi Arabia and its future. Indeed, there are several possible developments that would have profound implications. The first would be the death of King Fahd, the aged monarch who has been ailing for nearly a decade. Even though he no longer runs the government, while he is still alive, existing rivalries within the ruling elite have been kept in check, and any power struggle has been deferred. At such time as he dies, however, these rivalries could lead to a struggle for power that might unhinge the regime. Other speakers have explored possible scenarios about this more thoroughly. Suffice it to say that upon the death of the king, the transition would not necessarily be smooth or predictable. A second possible development would be the breaking out of an internal struggle over succession while the king was still alive. The main protagonists in the ongoing power struggle appear to be Crown Prince Abdullah and Prince Nayef, the Interior Minister, and we've heard about them also earlier today. Should their rivalry, or any other for that matter, break into the open, there's no telling where it might lead. A variation on open rivalry would be a coup. This would be one way to thwart the eventual succession of the Crown Prince on the throne. But once the idea of preemption to resolve the succession question is on the table, various possibilities abound. Tensions resulting from the terrorist attacks are likely to increase the possibilities of action because they lead to mutual recriminations and blame placing, as well as speculation that one or more of the top people is no longer up to doing the job. In the absence of any parliamentary option, a coup would be one way to resolve such differences. Another source of uncertainty is terrorism itself. If the terrorists cannot be contained, the government will lose credibility and face increased criticism. Unless the government can demonstrate that it has effective ways to keep things under control, pressure for change is likely to build. If the terrorists are able to threaten the kingdom's vital interests, the formation of factions would be expected and might eventually lead to open conflict. Related to that possibility is the challenge of maintaining security in the oil-producing areas. A number of high-profile terrorist attacks over several years continue to raise questions about the effectiveness and motivation of the Saudi security services. Whatever the explanation for the success of the terrorists, the government has to be worried that the assaults against foreign nationals who work in the kingdom might chase away increasing numbers of key foreign workers. If that leads to problems of oil production and export, the consequences could be quite severe. Furthermore, although it is an unlikely scenario, could a radical Islamic group such as Al-Qaeda unseat the ruling family? At this point, an idea like that sounds far-fetched. However, it should not be ruled out. I'm not discussing here the option of a peaceful democratic transition, which of course would be my preference. Instead, I'm trying to focus on adverse political possibilities. It is within the context of the various scenarios that U.S. policymakers must confront the possibility of a major change in the Saudi regime. Although there has been speculation on this subject for years, the combination of an increasingly aged monarch and the various terror attacks makes such an evaluation essential. Furthermore, the avowed al-Qaeda goal of toppling the Saudi regime makes the effort all the more imperative. Some observers have even made parallels to Iran before the fall of the Shah. Before looking at the question of contingency planning, it will be worthwhile to address the possible global impact of regime instability or change in Saudi Arabia. For the sake of argument, it will be assumed that the events occur within the next few years, where we have some reasonable projections. Looking farther out, of course, all sorts of things could change. Certainly, in the present environment, the significance for the United States and the rest of the industrialized world would be great indeed. Which perhaps makes all the more imperative the kinds of suggestions that the previous speaker was recommending. World oil markets are currently tight, due at least in part to increased economic activity in a number of areas and rapidly rising petroleum consumption in China. Any development that might affect Saudi production adversely would have a worldwide impact because there's not much current reserve capacity to replace any diminution of Saudi output. Whether political change in Saudi Arabia would necessarily lead to reduced output would, of course, depend on how events unfolded there. Clearly, such a decline is not a necessary consequence, but it is a possibility that should be taken into account in contingency planning. Frankly, one can even envision scenarios where Saudi production might be substantially or totally shut down. Arguably, it would not be rational for any government to withdraw production. But rational behavior cannot be assumed necessarily, and as well, events could result in involuntary drops in production. The prospect of a sharp decline in Saudi output in the present economic environment would be serious indeed. It would certainly retard economic growth throughout the world and be a setback to economic plans. If the decline were both severe and prolonged, the disruption of industrialized economies could become quite menacing. Uncertainty with regard to oil production obviously has national security implications for the United States. Probably the greatest concern is that the oil fields could fall into the wrong hands. Despite the example of Iran, if forces hostile to the United States control the oil, the result might be either demands that would undermine national security policies or the furtherance of terrorist objectives, or both. Of course, one can imagine scenarios wherein control of Saudi oil passes to a regime that would do business with the consuming nations without the attachment of additional strings. But such an outcome can hardly be guaranteed and would depend on a number of factors. Therefore, it must be assumed that if the Saudi regime fails, U.S. national security interests are likely to be affected negatively. From the perspectives of both economics and national security, it is clear that the U.S. cannot sit idly by if Saudi Arabia undergoes regime change or other serious instability. Consequently, there is a need to assess the various options available. It should be noted that an argument can be made that Saudi Arabia as presently constituted cries out for change anyway. For decades, U.S. administrations have been wedded to the idea that it is imperative to support the House of Saud and maintain it in power. In fact, the relationship with the Saudis has long been a cornerstone of U.S. Middle East policy, despite numerous criticisms over the years. But in light of current American objectives in the region, particularly with respect to democratization and modernization, the Saudi regime might be seen as a roadblock, especially because of its long-time backing of fundamentalist and puritanical clerics who have promoted a dangerous ideology in many parts of the Muslim world, and because it appears wedded to a political system that so far has been inhospitable to democratic change. The ideas that motivate al-Qaeda and other Islamic terrorist groups originated in Saudi Arabia and have been promoted and sustained from there. Moreover, it can be argued that some of the hostility that the U.S. faces in the Muslim areas derives from its backing of a Saudi regime that is unpopular in many places and is criticized for its stewardship of the Muslim holy places. In this view, a change of regime might be seen as beneficial, especially to broad strategic interests in reshaping the region. Understandably, such grandiose thinking has declined in popularity quite rapidly as the Iraq situation has deteriorated. There is no doubt that reverses in Iraq complicate long-term policymaking for the region. Nevertheless, at some point, these issues will have to be confronted. On the subject of Iraq, any examination of contingencies for Saudi Arabia based on a change of regime in Riyadh must take into account the Iraq situation, especially the impact of the insurgency. The Iraq experience necessitates a re-examination of assumptions that may have been taken for granted for years, particularly with regard to the deployment of U.S. military forces in an Arab country. Furthermore, the impact of President George W. Bush's democracy initiative will have to be assessed. For example, what would free and democratic elections mean in Saudi Arabia? A recent poll showed considerable support for the ideas and principles of Osama bin Laden, though not for his personal leadership. What if elections brought about some kind of Islamist regime that might be more aggressive than the present government? The situation in Iraq has other implications as well. The path that Iraq follows will undoubtedly have an impact in Saudi Arabia too. If the new Iraq progresses in the direction originally envisioned by President Bush and his advisors, a questionable proposition, the demonstration effect throughout the Arab world would be powerful. But if things move in a different direction, then that could be very serious indeed. In fact, it's possible to conceptualize Iraq breaking into three parts. This is worrisome because some of the benefits to groups that were subordinated, despite some of the benefits to groups that were subordinated under the rule of Saddam Hussein. Of particular interest is the possibility of a Shiite state emerging in the southern part of the country. Given the prominence of Shia on both sides of the Persian Gulf, Iran might well be tempted to try to extend its influence throughout the Shia-dominated areas around the Gulf. Until now, Iraq has been a barrier to any such ambitions, and Saudi Arabia has thwarted them too. But if Iraq broke up and there was regime change in Saudi Arabia, Iran might well try to draw the Shia part of Iraq into its orbit. Arguably, it has been doing that since Saddam fell, and then extend its influence southward. In strategic terms, only the U.S. would be in a position to oppose such an initiative and would have to become engaged. What about multilateralism? The U.S. has been roundly criticized for many quarters for going it alone in Iraq, despite the strong involvement of the UK and the fig leaf of the coalition. While the Iraq war was certainly preemptive and not in response to a situation of immediate urgency, a crisis in Saudi Arabia, while not constituting a military threat to Western nations, would undeniably constitute a severe economic threat. The self-interest of those states in economic stability ought to lead them to the appropriate conclusions, despite their recent history of shying away from confrontations. Nevertheless, the same history teaches us that one cannot count on them. Hence, the United States, while genuinely searching for a multilateral solution, has to be prepared to act unilaterally in a manner that is consistent with its responsibilities in a unipolar world. What kind of action would be required? The answer depends on the scenario that unfolds, but ultimately, in the worst-case scenario of a hostile or even terrorist regime taking over, the U.S. probably would have to act to take control of the oil fields. This would hardly be a trivial task and would be challenging in military terms and a political minefield to boot. I don't have to go over the military difficulties. We're all aware of those in light of what's been unfolding during the past year. But nonetheless, I think it's something that seriously has to be considered, although obviously I hope this is something that will not come to pass. There is a political response to the obvious pitfalls associated with a military incursion. Even the oil-producing countries, both those that are OPEC members and those that are not, must realize that the economic disruptions and rocketing oil prices that would follow a Saudi crisis would not necessarily be in their own long-term interests. We can no longer tell the oil exporters what the price of oil should be, though we do often make suggestions, but we can emphasize to them that economic chaos in the industrialized countries will not be beneficial to their own economies and treasuries. Indeed, they benefit from the long-term growth of Western economies that provide relatively steady demand for their products. The effort to prepare for the possibility that military action would be necessary requires political preparation that needs to begin now, not when a crisis appears imminent. The removal of Saddam's regime in Iraq has opened political options relevant to Saudi Arabia that were not available in the past, using alliances within the region. As far as democratization in the Muslim world, clearly that is a long-term goal with regard to Saudi Arabia. Whether it can be managed in the short term is something which perhaps we can discuss in the question period, but the dilemma was posed earlier this morning, namely, how does one put pressure on the Saudis without getting pressure in response that would be difficult to deal with? And that I think is the nub of the question for policymakers. So this poses a great challenge to the U.S. The policymakers have to pave the way for military intervention if the worst case scenario unfolds, while gently encouraging the kind of political change that many of the leadership elements in the countries of the region would regard as threats to their own power. Pulling that off will require considerable political dexterity. I certainly think there are alternatives to a military option depending on who took over in Saudi Arabia. There are several scenarios in which diplomatic efforts would suffice, but in extreme situations there may be no alternative. The main thing to consider here is dealing with energy policy, which I'm not going to go into in any detail. We've just had an excellent presentation on that. The discussion today recalls discussions that were held in this city 30 years ago at the time of the Arab oil boycott, when it was resolved by many people like myself that it was necessary to take steps to reduce dependence on petroleum. And now here we are in 2004, and we have an even greater dependence on petroleum than before, and less room to maneuver. So I think that a serious dealing with the question of energy policy is an essential element in any solution to this problem. The reality is that measures to reduce energy consumption, even if implemented, will not have an appreciable effect soon enough to ameliorate the problem of possible regime change in Saudi Arabia within the next few years. Within the same time frame, Saudi Arabia will remain the key oil producer as long as the oil market remains tight. If there is regime change, the obvious first option for the U.S., provided the new regime is not inherently hostile, would be to maintain commercial relationships. But in the event of the emergence of a hostile regime, especially one that could be manipulated by Islamic terrorist interests, the U.S. could well face the necessity of taking over the oil fields militarily. That would hardly be a preferred course of action, particularly in light of the overextended ground forces and the international political situation. Nevertheless, the prospect of a substantial loss of Saudi output for whatever reason, or the use of Saudi oil to extort political concessions from the United States would constitute a threat to vital American interests. During the Cold War, the U.S. was prepared for military actions of the most extreme nature, but with the hope that such would never take place. The potential seriousness of the oil situation in Saudi Arabia similarly calls for an advanced state of preparedness and a hope that knowledge of that preparedness will act as a deterrent to hostile interests. The threat of a disruption of oil flows may not be as dire as nuclear war with the Soviet Union was, but the potential for economic calamity is real and must be taken seriously. In another time, there might have been others ready and willing to share the responsibility of action. At this time, the United States must be ready and prepared to act. Thank you.
Well, excuse me. Thank you very much. We're running short of time, but I think there's a time for a few questions. And I suppose you can just field them if you feel like from your seats. Yes. Hold up for a second, because you'll get a microphone.
Thank you. Gal Luft, Executive Director for Institute for the Analysis of Global Security. One stick, or one leverage that has not been discussed here today has to do with the deliberations that are currently taking place regarding the admission of Saudi Arabia into the World Trade Organization. Now, I cannot think about anything that is more antithetical to free trade than what the Saudis have been doing, manipulating the oil market for years and years, including this year, as you all know. I think Saudi Arabia should be told that under the current behavior, it will not be part of the World Trade Organization. And that is, maybe it will help, maybe not, but it should be conveyed. The other thing that we need to remember is that I want to say something nice about the Saudis for a change. They have done what we have not done. They have become, on many issues, less dependent on us than we have become dependent on them. In the past 30 years ago, we imported 30% of our oil. Today, we import 60% of our oil. Meanwhile, look what Saudi Arabia has done in the past 30 years. 30 years ago, they imported most of their food. Today, they are almost entirely independent. They don't import almost any food. They have very, very sophisticated farming, very, very sophisticated food industry. They have been, contrary to what people think, they have done enormous progress in becoming more dependent on us on skills to develop and operate their oil industry. They are one of the only countries in the world that has an entire university dedicated to petroleum studies with 9,000 students admitted every year, engineers. And they're making progress, and sooner or later, they will not even need our skills. And once the foreign workers leave, they will be able one day to operate their fields. So I think that we can learn something from the Saudis on how becoming more independent.
Thank you. Does someone on the panel want to address that comment? It wasn't really a question, but it's okay. Okay. Yes, here.
Thanks. Sean Ibinator, Senior Resources. I want to pick up on Ann's point because I think there's almost like a huge straw man here, which is critical, which is Saudi production, but the reality is it's a non-renewable resource. And we already know that most of the world's oil supply, we've already passed the peak point. And so we can bitch and moan about Saudi Arabia all we want, but the reality is 20 years from now, no matter what Saudi Arabia does with its oil, we're not going to have oil in terms of the volume that we have today. So how do we move from the negative posture of saying, well, how do we control price manipulations or eliminate them, to where Ann's going, which is, hey, why don't we look 20 years from where we need to be and start now and not wait, as Dr. Waller pointed out, and have the same debate 30 years from now, because it's going to be far more critical 20 years from now than it certainly is today, when at least we have some oil. We're not going to have that oil 20 years from now to fall back on.
Yes. I believe Matt Simmons is going to talk about Saudi oil reserves and reserves overall, so I'm just going to let him deal with that later in his talk.
Yes, over here. Behind you, Anna.
Thank you. Alex Turban. I don't know if one of the panelists... is not on. Hi, Alex Turban. I don't know if one of the panelists would like to address the importance of the growing link between Saudi Arabia and Southeast Asia, because it seems to me that we overemphasize the role of the United States and the economic link between the United States and Saudi Arabia. But the Saudi Arabia and the oil producers in the Middle East might be more dependent now on money coming from Southeast Asia.
Clearly, the market for Persian Gulf oil is centered currently in Asia, and that will probably grow significantly over the next several years. What's interesting here is the strategies being used by the various consumers in terms of their long-term relationship with suppliers. In the case of Japan, Japan is heavily dependent on Persian Gulf oil, primarily UAE, but I think Saudi volumes will surpass the Emirates in terms of the Japanese market. And that, in turn, means that the Japanese economy is extremely vulnerable to supply disruptions coming out of the Persian Gulf or through that supply chain going right through the Straits of Malacca. That has important implications in terms of U.S. naval deployments in the region. In the case of China, the Chinese have a different strategy. The Chinese are placing tremendous emphasis on diversification of supply. They are investing heavily in places like Sudan, other parts of West Africa and Latin America. As a matter of fact, Nigerian press just announced that the Chinese would invest, or have committed to invest, $7 billion in the development of coastal reserves offshore Nigeria. So the Chinese will not allow themselves to be put in a position where they can be extorted because of political manipulations of either the market or because of attacks on the supply chain coming out of the Persian Gulf. Furthermore, both China and Japan are competing heavily for Siberian crude, and this source of oil to those markets will be a serious point of contention and confrontation, both diplomatically and politically, between the Chinese and Japanese as they offer the higher bid to the Russian exporters.
Yes, Dr. Al-Yami. I think the mic is right here on Dr. Al-Yami.
I think an presentation is excellent one, that oil is we're going to lose it one way or the other because of the consumption, and we should find some resources before we are totally out of it. Just to go back to my earlier comments this morning, even if we do not import one drop of oil from Saudi Arabia, even if we take every American out and every machine and every airplane and every car out of Saudi Arabia, we will still have religious fanaticism, terrorism, violations of human rights. I think concentrating on how are we going to get some sources of oil, secure sources of oil, and ignore the basic problems that will be haunting us and jeopardize our liberties in this country, I think we are missing the point. I think we should stick to the point, and that is democratizing Saudi Arabia, eliminate sources of terrorism, violations of human rights, and that will give us easy access to oil and fair trade.
You bring up a very important point, and I have three words to answer you, and that's natural resource curse. I think what we see in Saudi Arabia, Jim Woolsey puts it very well. He says it's as if Torquemada was sitting on a quarter of the world's oil reserves. I think that the fact that when we look at countries that really, other than Norway, Canada, and the United States, maybe I'm missing another one, the countries that had or have a lot of oil did not have established industrial base beforehand or an established democratic governing structure or anything like that. And so what happened is that oil or blood diamonds or any other resource that doesn't require educated middle class, that doesn't require a whole lot of participation from people in the economy, has, when you introduce it to a society like that, the natural tendency is to create a corrupt, despotic, human rights abusing society. What do we see in Saudi Arabia? They don't want their women to work. They don't want their women to be involved in the economy. They don't need their women to be involved in the economy. They don't need other non-Wahhabis to be involved in the political system. Why would they want that? It'll only interrupt them from siphoning more of the oil wealth and building chalets and pleasure palaces outside of Riyadh and doing all sorts of horrible things. I think we can look at Venezuela as a really, really good example. You know, Venezuela, before it really became a big oil country, had I think the highest per capita income on that continent, and it was a fledgling democracy. And we can see Perez Alfonso, who was one of the founders of OPEC and Venezuelan oil minister, he said, "Oil is a devil's excrement. It will bring us ruin." Look at Venezuela now. Look at Venezuela now. I submit to you that if we want to democratize the Middle East, and this isn't going to happen in 2 years, it's going to take a while, but if we want to democratize the Middle East, then the Middle East is as addicted to oil, Saudi Arabia is as addicted to oil as we are. Okay? If we want them to reform, we need to take away the drug. We need to take away what enables them to keep themselves in power without involving people in work, without building a diversified economy, without educating their entire workforce. That's it.
If I could respond to that, I'm familiar with that devil's excrement quote, too. When we talk about Venezuela, we should consider what part of the devil's body Hugo Chavez came from as well. But a point to be made here is that, and this is tangential, I think, to what we're here for today, but one of the things that needs to happen is that developmental models for countries that are cursed or blessed, or whatever verb you want to use for it, with oil wealth need to be revamped. We've done some work on that. There's good work being done on that in this city right now. There is no reason why oil has to be a curse. It is beset with certain problems, among them being that it's capital intensive and not labor intensive, so it doesn't, by nature, help to create any kind of a middle class. Those problems can be addressed. One of the things that the United States has done that has failed to address that for many, many years now is to not stick its nose into some of these countries and some of the human rights abuses, some of the things we're talking about here, and say, look, we're interested in your oil, but we're also interested in the development of your country in economic and democratic terms. And until we do that, you're going to see the oil curse repeat itself. You have to set out to not have oil money become, as Ann points out, nothing more than a support system for despotism, but it can be done. So,
I want to, if I may, ask a couple of questions of my own that bear, I think, on the question of strategy. First, on the economic side, I'm tempted to say that your last remark suggested one way of approaching this is that we should consume the oil faster rather than slower, because the faster we consume it, the less it will be a resource for these. But that obviously is not a workable.
Did Lewis Carroll come up with that as a strategy?
I don't know. It seemed to follow at least from one side of the argument. But I'm prompted to ask the question on the economic side or the oil side by a matter that's been brought up a number of times. So we had this discussion 30 years ago, and we didn't make any real progress. In fact, it seemed from statistics cited that we've actually regressed from that point. We were in better shape in 1973. What would one say were the causes of that failure, and what can we learn from that, and how would we actually proceed successfully? That's one question. On the political side, or perhaps I guess it's the political military side, it has been suggested that we do already have a strategy for dealing with Saudi Arabia by a now well-known terrorist leader named Zarqawi. There's been a lot of reference to a memo he wrote some months back, in which he outlined some tactics for undermining our progress in Iraq by suggesting the Sunnis should be set against the Shias. But the bulk of the memo, something like 95% of it, was devoted to outlining his vision of what was going on in the world, according to which there was an American Shiite conspiracy. Needless to say, he was against this, and he's particularly vitriolic about Shiites, all Shiites, including Dr. Al-Yami's Ismailis. It's obviously his crazed fantasy, but does it make a certain amount of sense as a strategy for approaching our problems with the Saudi regime, with the Gulf altogether, where one has a rather strange mix of, one has a situation in that region which is unlike any other area in the Muslim world, where there is a kind of balance, 50-50 more or less, or maybe even slightly more Shiites than Sunnis. Those those are my questions. Maybe, I think Anne had something in mind, too.
I want to start with your first question.
Yeah.
First, what happened after the 1973 embargo? We did do something. We actually we did improve a great deal for a little while. If you look, for instance, at electricity production from oil, it dropped drastically. Less than 2% of our electricity is produced from oil today. I believe it was around 17% during the embargo. Heating for homes, similarly, the percentage of homes heated by oil dropped drastically. The beginning of the collapse of the U.S. auto industry actually was precipitated by the embargo. Why? Because, you know, the big three produced these huge boats, and people couldn't afford to drive them anymore. So Japanese cars came into the market that were much smaller and more efficient. Okay, so what happened? Why are we in such a bad state now? Well, first of all, oil price dropped. So people decided, you know, they really do like driving big cars again. And so if we look at our fuel efficiency for vehicles, we see that because you include, of course, light trucks, SUVs in the mix, our fuel efficiency is at its lowest level over the past 20 years. So that's what happened. So, you know, what can we do so that whatever policies we implement now don't suffer the same fate as those did then? Okay, I think there have been a couple good suggestions about this, and I'm gonna these aren't my ideas. I'm gonna cite some other people's ideas here. The idea of a tax on gasoline is one of the most unpopular things, I think, politically in the United States, and anyone that brings it up is really unlikely to get elected. But, you know, if we really wanted to create a situation where change could be sustained, what we need to do is put a tax on oil or on gasoline that will adjust itself so that the total price of gasoline will remain the same all the time. So what that means is that if Saudis try to produce more and drop the price of oil, despite the fact that I think they simply can't afford to really do that over a prolonged period of time, then the price of gasoline will remain the same for consumers. And so consumers' choices will not be affected in the same way as they were when oil prices dropped to $8 a barrel. I know this is really unpopular. Probably you over here from Cato really don't like this idea. But what I want to say is that we need to start looking at energy as a national security issue. Why? Because this was mentioned before, but oil really, really underlies the national security problems that we're facing now, both in terms of financing the dictatorial regimes that are causing a lot of instability around the world, and in terms of financing terror, in terms of being an Achilles heel to our economy. Achilles heel. You know, if we hit oil, if oil infrastructure gets hit overseas, we suffer over here. These guys don't need to brave the INS and the FBI. They can hit targets in their own backyard and do as much damage to us here at home. So we need to look at oil as a national security issue, and when national security comes into play, I think that maybe, you know, some solutions that aren't necessarily appealing when you have other arguments might become more appealing.
If I could say a word about that, this and several of the questions we've been discussing all morning touch on what it is what the difference between tactical and strategic thought are. A lot of our approaches to the oil business and to Saudi Arabia in particular have not changed significantly since a day when Saudi Arabia was properly thought of as a tactical consideration in the great strategic confrontation with the Soviet Union. That's not what it is anymore. I would argue that today Saudi Arabia should be the focus of American foreign policy as the focus of the global war on terror. When it becomes that, the ways that you think and the things that you think are good ideas to address the problems change. A strategy is on a larger scale, and for example, I don't agree with you about taxing gasoline, and the reason I don't agree with it is that I think it's a tactical solution. Tactical solutions aren't going to get it. Ultimately, that might do some good for a while, but it's going to have unforeseen consequences. And furthermore, it's a use of the power of the coercive power of the state to tax to modify individual liberty, which I don't think that's the wrong road to go down. It's not the way to get the job done.
Harold, and I guess I'm afraid that on this comment we'll have to end because we need to go to the next session.
Just a brief observation on what went wrong 30 years ago. It seems to me that the kind of energy policy that was being discussed at that time, and which Ann is talking about now, which involves going into alternative fuels and having extensive conservation measures and a variety of other initiatives, is too comprehensive to simply be left to the marketplace. I think it requires some governmental leadership, and that requires political will. I think what was lost in the 1970s was that political will to follow this thing through and to see that this became a policy priority for the country. And I'm not sure that that's about to happen now either. One of the obvious reasons is that many of the measures that might be taken would in fact raise the price to consumers. And we know that's anathema politically. We heard a comment, I think, from Michael about the effect of gas prices on politics in California. So it has to be seen as something that transcends partisan politics. This is a national emergency. The emergency may not be today, but we can foresee the emergency. And if we don't take action to avert the crisis that's going to face us down the road, then we're all going to suffer. And that's the challenge for political leadership.
Ann?
I just have one more short comment. I totally agree with what you said. Just one comment on the technology side, which I forgot to say. What we have to remember also is that technology has advanced a great deal over the past 30 years. So the technologies that were available to us, that are available to us now, simply were not available to us then. And in terms of the ability to compete in the market has advanced a great deal.
Please join me in thanking our panel. It was really a wonderful session. I'm sorry I didn't come to this. I thought you should say something about, the technology vision, how that...
We have a treat as a luncheon speaker, and before I introduce him, I'm Wally Stern, chairman of Hudson Institute, and I want to thank May Wormser and Hillel Fradkin for putting together what I think has been a superb program. May is going to take the Q&A, and I hope we will run until 2 and break sharply at 2. I'm very pleased that we have Matt Simmons with us. He's chairman and chief executive of Simmons & Company, a specialized energy investment banking firm, one of the most important investment banking firms or certainly the most in the industry, in the energy industry. He's a graduate of University of Utah, has an MBA from Harvard Business School. His firm has played a leading role in assisting its energy client companies, doing a large range of financial transactions from mergers and acquisitions to private and public financing. He has about 130 employees and offices all over the world. Matt is active in too many civic activities in Houston to enumerate, plus some in Boston. He's been widely published, and he is certainly one of the world's leading experts on energy. Matt, I'm delighted you're here, and I'll turn the mic over to you.
Thank you. The
It's an honor to be here and address the issue of not the geopolitics of Saudi Arabia, but a far more important issue for the impact on the global society, the sustainability of Saudi's oil. And the question I'll basically pose is, do we have a glass that's still half full or a glass that in fact is half empty? Let me give you a little bit of background as to how I ended up becoming so deeply immersed in what I think I now know about the story of Saudi Arabia's oil. I've basically spent the last 35 years as an energy investment banker. And I basically have an enormous bent towards research, even though most of my life I've worked on deals. And over the course of the last 10 years, as I've sort of taken myself out of day-to-day stuff, I've become a relatively active energy speaker at various forums. And the more I speak, the more curious I get about energy, and I'm a data nut, and so the more data I get, the more I get saying, you know, there's some things I don't think we properly understand. Having participated for a couple of years running in an interesting oil supply workshop that's held in Washington once a year, where some of the most senior people in our government looking after energy get the most knowledgeable people they can find around the world to come and try to figure out over the next 3 to 4 years how much capacity does each of these countries have on a kind of country-by-country basis. And first time I participated in this, I came back and I said, I don't know where these guys get all these models, but they don't have any knowledge of any of these countries. And so the next year, I actually encouraged the planners to let's not waste a day by going around and having everybody pontificate, well, my model says China can produce blah, 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 blah in 2002. Let's just have them, let's all fill out a data sheet. Because I had a suspicion that by the time they got to the 8th person, his model totally changed from what he heard from the other 7. And then let's spend the time saying, isn't this interesting? You as a group think that Kuwait will produce 4 years from now someplace between 2 million and 3 million barrels a day. Where are the differences? And spend our time focusing on the delta. And that session convinced me that we as a group of people knew nothing. As I thought, you know, I know more about some of these specific fields that they don't even know the name. They know exactly what the country's going to produce 3 years from now, but they don't have any idea which field is producing what, let alone are any of these fields in decline. So I embarked on one of these research projects I have a hankering to do called, I wonder what our giant, largest oil fields actually are today. And I've never been a reserve person. I've never actually thought that data meant anything of any value, long before the Shell reserve scandal. And what I decided to do is define oil fields the way we always should in terms of current production and say, okay, I'm going to call an oil field that's over 100,000 barrels a day a giant oil field, producing over 100,000. And I'm going to see if I can figure out the list from number 1, which I know is Ghawar in Saudi Arabia. I know number 2 is Bergen in Kuwait. I have no earthly idea who the next 8 are, let alone how many we have. And at one point in the fall of 2000, my assistant said, you're actually having too much fun, because this really became a treasure hunt of data. And by about Christmas time, I published a study called The World's Giant Oil Fields, and I was absolutely astonished at what the results were. It turns out that there are 14 largest oil fields still produce 20% of our daily supply, and on average, they were 50 years old. So today, they're 54 years old. And it also turns out that it's been decades since we've actually found a giant oil field. We're now caught, because 100 to 200,000 barrel a day oil fields actually aren't giant oil fields. They're just kind of nice. They're really terrific if you own one. But if the world is consuming 80 million barrels a day, and a 100,000 barrel a day source of supply is really the proverbial spit in a lake. And what I also didn't realize until I did this, I kind of became a lot more familiar with some of these field names. By the end of the study, they became like old friends. I didn't realize that the Middle East basically just had a handful of oil fields. Each of these countries, these great oil producers, don't have 100 fields that make up their production. They all seem to have 4 to 5 to 6, and they're all very tightly put together. So, wow, this is quite different. Any rate, then a couple of years ago, I got asked to be part of a small delegation to go visit Saudi Arabia. And so I spent 6 fabulous days the first week in February a year ago in Saudi Arabia. The people could not have been more courteous, and it was a very educational trip. But I arrived there highly curious about a bunch of oil questions because of what I thought I knew and didn't know, and stuff I'd heard over the years about, you know, the proliferation of energy in the Middle East and so forth. And by the time we got on the plane to come back, I said to a couple of my colleagues, you know, there's something that doesn't meet the smell test. They're just, first of all, I can't imagine where 2.5 million barrels of excess capacity you could turn on a wellhead and process it into usable oil could actually even be. I can't imagine why they're so intensively using all the best technology in the world if they in fact have 90 years of proven reserves at the current time, because the insolvency of Saudi Arabia was something that I was kind of familiar with. There was a presentation we had at the Expec Center at Saudi Aramco where one of the senior guys said, the reason we're employing this technology so intensively is it now takes fuzzy logic to basically make sure we're maximizing our natural resource base. And I'd never heard the term fuzzy logic before. So during the Q&A, I raised my hand and actually asked two questions. I said, was that model you did of Gawar, all those dots, were they wellheads? And he said, oh, yes. I said, how come they're all at the very north of the field? Oh, we're just making an orderly progression from north to south. Trying to be wrong. And secondly, what does fuzzy logic mean? And it was really interesting. He said, well, fuzzy logic, which is a very common scientific term, but I just had never heard it before. Fuzzy logic is the difference between the other end of the spectrum from crisp logic. Crisp logic is true or false. A man of 10 is young, true or false. A man of 20 is young, true or false. A man of 30 is young, true or false. A man of 100 is young, true or false. When you get towards the center, there is no true, there is no false, and it now takes fuzzy logic. And I said to myself, if they have 260 billion barrels of reserves, if they could basically just keep turning on a tap, why does it take fuzzy logic? So I came, and I wasn't going to be facetious. I just say, there's something that doesn't meet the smell test here. And I never realized, even in doing this giant oil field study, it took me sitting in the hotel in Tehran, looking at this nice book we were given on the Eastern Province to suddenly start realizing that you could draw a ring road around these handful of great fields and it would fit within the Great Salt Lake. I grew up in Utah. It's not a very big territory. So I came back and I started discussing this with some of my colleagues, and one of my colleagues, about a month later, brings in the Journal of Petroleum Technology. This is a publication done by the Society of Petroleum Engineers in August 2002, and he said, funny thing is, I was just about to throw this away. And I noticed that there's an article in here about a little section of Gawar, which I'll hear a lot more about. And, you know, I read this, and you just never see individual field-specific things in the JPT. Well, I wouldn't read a lot into this because it's a very small area. Well, the first time I read it, I couldn't read anything into it. It was so technical that I really barely understood what they were talking about. By the time I'd read it the third time, I thought, you know, I took up my drawing that I did of Gawar when I said, are those dots all in the north? I said, if you could ever find about 5 more of these papers, you could really start stringing together maybe the real story that you never hear about. So ironically, the Offshore Technology Conference was having once a year at 1st of May. It's the largest energy confab in the world, and the OTC planners were having a press conference the next week to promote the upcoming OTC, and they asked if I'd be one of the people on the press conference. So on a Sunday morning, I emailed the president of the Society of Petroleum Engineers, a guy named Mark Rubin, and I said, Mark, before you come to Houston on Tuesday, do me a favor. Ask the librarian, this SPE is headquartered in Richardson, Texas, ask the librarian if there's ever been another paper done on Gawar. I'd really love to basically read it. And within about 5 minutes, I get an email back saying, Matt, you're a member of the SPE. We've digitized the entire library. It's very user-friendly. You ought to go out. I'm sure there must be loads. By the end of that week, I downloaded 39 papers. And by the time I'd read these 39 papers, I thought, this actually is if I'm reading this correctly, the oil fields of Saudi Arabia are in terrible shape. And so I decided, I think this summer I'm going to do another white paper. And so I got it, as a couple of you know, I like to spend the summer in Maine. It happens to be quite a bit more enjoyable than being in Houston. So I got to Maine about the 1st of July, and I thought, you know, rather than do this sort of haphazardly, I'm going to actually go back and put into that Google search machine every single field, every single key term, and just see how many more papers we basically get. Well, I got a list of about another 275, and I clicked through another 105. Can't tell you the reaction I had the day they arrived at FedEx in Maine. What on earth have I done? Do I really want to spend the summer reading through a stack of papers like that? And for about 3 weeks, I didn't. And then I finally got back into it, and with a vigor. And by about the end of August, I had a sinking feeling that I'd basically spent the summer touring the oil fields of Saudi Arabia. and actually speaking to people over a course of 4 decades. Because once I'd finished in totality these papers, I then could figure out by fingerprint, because luckily towards about the last 3 or 4 years, they started using individual field names versus saying, this is a large carbonate onshore field. I said, no, this is Abcake. And so I then went back and reordered the papers by field chronologically, so I could start out with the oldest paper done on Abcake, as a for instance, all the way up to the most recent. And by the time I finished that, I said, you know, I'm going to write a book. And I now have a book that's being edited and hopefully will be out this fall. Around Christmas time, I'd finished a really rough, cumbersome manuscript, and I picked about 12 people that I thought were the most knowledgeable technical people on earth that I knew, and asked if they would very carefully read through this and give me their comments. And as a result of all that, a copy got in the hands of a board member of Saudi Aramco, and then Bob Ebel from CSIS arrives in Saudi Arabia, and I'd given Bob a copy, saying, you know, why don't you read this? Because he's a senior energy fellow at CSIS, and Bob gets there and he runs into this buzzsaw of this wacky guy in Houston. He's not a petroleum engineer. He's written this crazy book, and to Bob's incredible credit, by the end of the week, he pulls these guys aside and says, you know, I don't think you're going to do yourselves any good by just calling this guy a nut, because he's a fairly respected energy person. I'd like to suggest that we use the good offices of CSIS, because we're going to ask Mr. Simmons to present his findings anyway, and then you bring whoever you'd like. And so at the end of February, as some of you might have attended, we had this incredible energy debate that really began the opening up of information about the oil secrets of Saudi Arabia that had been closed for too long. And so what I'm going to basically do is sort of update you on where this whole issue is. And let me start out with just 2 or 3 obvious reminders as to why this is basically such an important issue. There's no question that Saudi Arabia is the world's oil cornerstone. It's not just that it basically is one of the 2 largest producers along with Russia. It's the fact that Russia actually uses a lot of oil and Saudi doesn't. So it's by far the world's top oil exporter. Assuming the numbers are correct, which I think is an issue, 25% of the world's reported proved reserves are in Saudi Arabia. If the numbers aren't correct, none of the other Middle East numbers are either, so there's still probably 25%. It's just not as big a number. They're without any question the lowest cost oil producer, but that number might be far higher than they think it is, because that number that you always hear per barrel is divided into some barrels that might not be there, and they don't charge anything for electricity or water. They're the only significant producer left in the world that have any spare capacity. And that's the only thing you have to know to say, forget about all the others, say this is a really important deal. And there, in my opinion, having studied 35 years our oil markets, there is no other oil producer on earth that it could even begin over time to replace a significant shortfall in Saudi Arabia's oil. And so if, in fact, Saudi Arabia is at their peak production, then so is the world. So this is really basically a big issue. Let me also be very clear that I've been an enormous admirer of the role that Saudi Arabia has played in the world oil markets over the last 30 years. I think the world owes them an enormous thanks. Turns out that in 1965, Saudi Arabia, remember they started exploring for oil in 35. First 3 years were really tough, and they finally found what turned out to be a fairly small oil field in 38. And then they discovered Abqaiq in 40, and then the war postponed efforts, and finally they discovered Ghawar. And by the 60s, they basically become the largest producer, largest holder of oil reserves. But by 65, they were only producing 2.5 million barrels a day. Not a lot of oil. By 70, they were producing 3. And then a very surprising thing happened. Without any warning whatsoever, the largest oil producer on earth, which was the United States of America, peaked and started down fast. And as a result of that, they had to basically put the accelerator on, and they went from 3 to 8 million barrels a day between 1970 and 1974. And at that time, there were SB papers started to be written on, we might be overproducing our oil fields. Look at this water encroachment. And so ever since then, they basically accidentally, because no one ever asked them to become the world's oil steward. And had we not peaked, they wouldn't have had to do this. But they inherited the role as the world's basically swing producer. And I would say that over the last 70 years, their track record has been exemplary. They've also been, in my opinion, trying to read what people in the energy business say, a long-term advocate, one of the most vocal advocates for the concept of fair pricing. I think, unfortunately, too many consumers didn't understand what fair pricing meant, and to most consumers, fair pricing means free, which I think is very odd for the most important resource on Earth, which happens to be energy. They've also been a passionate believer in the need for spare capacity cushion. And they've reminded people ad nauseum at energy conferences I've been to about how much they spend to make sure that they have this energy cushion, because we couldn't tolerate any sort of energy shock. So I think the job they've done historically has been exemplary. But history is history, and the future is the future. And why I worry about Saudi Arabia's oil begins with a stunning lack of any data of any quality whatsoever from all of OPEC. It's interesting, in the last several weeks, we toss about in the media numbers all the time about how much Saudi Arabia is producing. And Saudi Arabia has basically tossed some numbers out that might or might not be real. It turns out we don't have any idea what Saudi Arabia produces. In 2002, Saudi Aramco produced a very professional, I call it their annual report. It's sort of and they basically, and all the numbers kind of add up. So if they're fudging them, they've cleverly fudged them so there's no inconsistency. They say they produce 6.95 million barrels a day. Most of the estimates say that Saudi Arabia produced 8 million barrels a day. The single best data we get on OPEC oil production, that the first source of media, comes from a fabulous firm called Petrologistics in Geneva, Switzerland. And in case none of you have ever been to the offices of Petrologistics, I haven't, I've just heard a lot about it. It's a one-man show over a grocery store in Geneva, under Conrad Gerber. I think it's basically a scam. He's front-running for somebody that basically, there is no way on earth that anybody could be over a grocery store in Geneva and say, oh, Saudi Arabia is now producing. But the fact that everybody's been so clammed up on their own information that we left the world held hostage to Conrad Gerber's, Nilsoni and I, is itself alarming. The only proof we have that Saudi Arabia has the sort of oil outlook that the world's counting on is what I would call trust me. And I say that was probably a great concept when you had fresh oil supply, but we're too close to the edge. And the analysis I did of these Society of Petroleum Engineer papers, by the time I finished, I basically went through 217 papers. Chronologically, they began with a paper that was written on abcake in 1961, and it was when the SP library was still under 100. The SP papers today are in the 87,000. That's globally. And the paper, ironically, was the first problems of abcake starting to deal with water and corrosion in their production. And the last papers, because I haven't gone back and done a data update since last fall, the last papers I got were the 8 papers delivered at the SP annual conference in Denver between October 5th and October 8th of 2003. And that paper trail is very specific. It's just not at all specific on the overall context. You really have to go through the whole lot of them and connect them together to come back and say, there are some problems here, I believe. And let me just give you the highlights of the specifics of the problems. It turns out that in theory, Saudi Arabia has over 105 oil and gas fields now. Most of those, I suspect, are what I would call a structure, which is basically a field that might or might not sometime produce anything, but 5 to 7 fields have produced, from 1950 to 2003, 90 to 95% of all of Saudi Arabia's output. If you didn't know anything else, you'd say that's uncomfortable. The King of Kings, Ghawar, which is the largest oil field in the history of the world, has accounted for between 60 and 65% of Saudi Arabia's output. So if anything went wrong with Ghawar, then we have a problem in the world. All but 2 of these key fields were discovered long, long ago and have been in production for a long, long period of time. They have all used intense water management to keep reservoir pressures high. And so as the fields age, they postponed that natural depletion that usually happens, and then you go to a secondary recovery. They were doing secondary and primary at the same time. And that created the illusion that basically this high productivity would go on forever. But at some point, totally unannounced, because it's always come unannounced, there's no kind of early warning system when this happens, their reservoir pressures on each of those fields will end. And when those reservoir pressures end, it's unfortunately very similar to the human body as you finally start really going into very old age. Yeah, when you slow down, the concept, well, I'll get better next week, doesn't ever happen. You just continue to slow down. Over the last 30 years, one of the great myths is that the Middle East is unexplored, and that most of Saudi Arabia has been unexplored. Over the last 30 years, there has been an intense exploration effort to try to diversify themselves away from this asymmetrical distribution. And unfortunately, most of it didn't work. But the lack of verified data on all of this stuff has left the whole world in the dark. And trust me, and I don't think basically you should have to ask people to spend effectively 9 months going through these SBE papers to finally realize what the state of the most important oil producer is. Now, I tried as I was preparing this to go back through the CSIS presentation that was made by Dr. Solari, the head of reservoir management at Saudi Aramco, and Mr. Banki, the head of exploration. And then in late April, they gave a series of other presentations at the IEA in Paris and forth. And I tried to go back through and take all the highlights, and I'd like to give you, as honestly as I know how, their response to my concerns. First of all, categorically, current oil output can reach 10.5 million barrels per day, and in fact, in the last 30 days, they've been remarkably pronounced that they could do that almost overnight. Original oil in place, this is kind of how much you first have before you start figuring out how, they say is basically grown from 500 billion to 700 billion barrels over the course of the last 20 years, even though they've found really no significant fields. Just understanding more about the structures. They say that their 260 billion barrels of reported proven reserves is a highly conservative number. They say there's still 200 billion barrels of oil left to discover. They say their find and development costs are what I call incidental. The number they're publishing is 50 cents a barrel. And they say that their use of new oil field technology is exemplary, better than anyone in the world's ever done, and that new technology will effectively allow them to continue this miracle forever. And to my astonishment, at the CSA's presentation, they said not only could we produce 10 or 12, we could produce 15 million barrels a day for 50 years. And so there really isn't any problem. Could these claims be true? Well, at the end of April at CSIS, Oil Minister Naimi said, we have sent our best experts in February, and they proved we had no problems. At the program in February, after we finished the program, at a lunch for about 20 of us, Dr. Solari gave me my lecture. And he basically said, Matt, it pains me to think that you've wasted 9 months of your life reading these ridiculous SBE papers. I've written tons of SBE papers. SBE papers have to talk about the problems. It's like airplanes take off and land every day. The only reports you ever hear are the crashes. There's so much good news that's never been reported, and you tend to exaggerate the magnitude of the problem. I don't believe that for an instance, but that is what he said. The Saudi Aramco and Saudi Petroleum Ministry have released vast amounts of new data over the last sort of 4 months, and I think they deserve a fabulous amount of credit for starting to open up. But it's just barely beginning. And what's interesting is, as the data they've released has assured a lot of people that we'll see there really wasn't any problems, it has also alarmed a lot of people that didn't quite ever know what that number was, but said, God, that's the number I've always wanted to figure out. So it's not quite as simple as you said, well, we now know there's not a problem. Since Gawar basically accounts for 60 to 65% of their production, with apparently 5 million barrels a day in 2003. And its peak production was about 5.5 million barrels a day when Saudi Arabia briefly produced 10 million barrels a day of oil in 1980. If Gawar finally loses reservoir pressure, is that a big deal? Well, it's obviously a big deal, because there isn't any other country, any other continent that could start to make that up. If it sees its reservoir pressure drop, you can make book on the fact that water problems, which is basically this issue of water crowding out oil in the wellbore, because water always takes precedent over oil, water problems accelerate, high well productivity ends almost automatically, and finally you end up with inert oil. Now, when you have inert oil, it's called oil left behind. There's still lots of ways to basically recover that oil, but you're talking about pumping out massive amounts of fluid to get out limited amounts of oil. And so the dynamics change from being oil prosperity to high degree of effort intensity in a very short period of time. In my opinion, the Gawar facts highlight this vulnerability. Now, I'm going to basically show you in a second 4 or 5 pieces of information that were provided by Saudi Aramco. about Gawar recently. And you're going to see Gawar in from the bottom out in a reservoir simulation model, but each of those kind of lines represent districts. And it's not clear now from reading some of the more recent papers over the last 5 years that this actually wasn't a field to begin with, but just a very large structure that maybe contained 5 to 7 different fields, because the productivity is so different as this area moves. Here's basically the area. Let me come around. This is kind of important. I'm going to show you their information in a minute on this area called Andar and Shedgar, which has basically been an enormous amount of Gawar. Then I'm going to show you this area. Just keep that in mind. This is basically about 7% of the largest oil field in the world. So when you start talking the asymmetry, it's the asymmetry of Gawar that's actually maybe the most nervous aspect of all. Here's Andar and Shedgum. This is their data. This is data the world had never seen before the last 4 months. And in fact, this was really basically almost everybody within Saudi Aramco never saw this data. This stuff was the stuff they locked in the vault for some odd reason. This is basically 2 million barrels a day of the 5 million barrels a day, coming from 8% of the field. That top line is what they are so proud about. They have maintained from 1951 through 2003 constant reservoir pressure. Guess how they do that? They basically are injecting 7 million barrels a day of seawater into the north end of Gawar. And what the seawater is doing is acting as a piston and keeping that pressure tight as a drum. And sooner or later, they get to there, and then all that's left behind doesn't have any natural drive. They are very pleased at that bottom line that the water cut at the best part of Gawar is now only 36%. There are a lot of articles written about water cut that say when you get to 40%, you're almost to 80%. Because by the time you have the average wellbore at 40%, it's really basically the analogy of a big dam, and you start getting too many holes in it. You say, wait a second, those holes, they're going to rise on you fast. Here's an interesting piece of data about the proved reserves at Andar Shedgum. It turns out that basically this is 68 billion barrels of Gawar's total reserves that and they basically believe that they can essentially recover 75% of those reserves. Now, in carbonate reservoirs of this type, I think the world record recovery has been 45%. So if they do this, it will basically define the physical properties of carbonate fields. But it's also interesting that about the stage that they're at now is generally where productivity starts falling dramatically. And so this data is either good news or bad news, depending on kind of how you want to interpret it. Here's their water cut at all of Gawar. And they were basically very proud in February to say that it rose to a peak of 36.5% in '99, and now we've got it under control. Well, the reason they got it under control is that 1999 is when they stopped drilling vertical wells in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. The vertical wells were too close to the water, and they were watering up in about 30 to 40 days. And so this is a temporary reprieve, in my opinion. And here's basically the bottom end. This is the toe of Gawar. And basically, this is the last part of Gawar to basically be attempted to produce. And they're going to do it through these multilateral smart wells that have water shut-off valves. So as soon as they hit water, they shut it off. And they think that basically they can get that up to 300,000 barrels a day, and it'll last for 30 years. But bear in mind, this is an area from kind of estimated by eyeball that is maybe 3 times bigger landmass than Andar Shedgum, just to show you the variance of the quality. The interesting thing is that's just kind of the highlights of Gawar. The aging issues are a lot worse at the other key fields. Abcake, which turns out to be maybe the most beautiful reservoir that's ever been discovered in terms of pure quality, has now recovered, according to the data they produced in this last few months, 73% of its total oil in place. That's just about as good as you ever get, and that's why you can read SB papers written in the last 2 or 3 years that talk about recovering attic oil out of Abcake. Now, attic oil is a term that's kind of easy to understand when you start realizing that sooner or later your oil column is gone. Berry, which ironically was the other one of the three great Arab Light fields, onshore fields, became the last great field to be put in production because Shaiba, that just came on a few years ago, is a very complicated reservoir. Berry now, from all of the kind of reading between the lines and from stuff I'm kind of hearing from Saudi Aramco people, is just about to be do a blowdown of its gas cap, which is what they've just done to the Brent field in the North Sea, to essentially, end its life as an oil field and use out the rest of its life as a... Abcake peaked in the early 70s at 1 million barrels a day. Berry peaked at about 800,000 barrels a day. So these were fields that we've found very, very few of before. Turns out that the three other key fields, Safanea, which is the largest offshore oil field in the world, the second largest producing field in Saudi Arabia historically, Zuluf and Marjan, which they're all sandstone fields with terrible sand control problems. But the key thing that really these fields are at risk is that there's probably the most fabulous aquifer the world's ever known that underlie these three fields, the Nutrizone fields, and the Bergen complex in Kuwait. And there are hydrologists that are almost certain that the aquifer is about to deplete. So if the aquifer is gone, then basically you again end up with an inert oil that you have to start to pump out versus manage through keeping a wellhead pressure closed. And it turns out that corrosion is an awful issue at every single one of these fields because of the intense use of water as a production technique. And it's not potable water, it's highly saline water. And to Saudi Aramco's credit, they applied gold standard corrosion controls, and it just didn't work because the volumes were just too great. Then you have a really interesting issue. Is technology the solution, which the Saudi Aramco senior people argue vociferously is the solution, or is technology the problem? And what's interesting is we're not talking about a dazzling array of hundreds of technologies. We're talking about horizontal drilling and multilateral well completions and the use of 3D seismic to simulate reservoir models and reservoir simulation models. And I would say all of that technology is stuff that our firm did all of the key investment banking on to keep that stuff alive during the 80s. And so this happens to be an area that I really feel technically I sort of understood before it happens. They are certain that this advanced technology is basically going to allow these fields to produce out for, to recovery rates that defied everyone in the North Sea, that defied Alaska and so forth. And I feel that basically this same technology is just super straws that are actually pulling the last easy oil out faster than it ever would have been found before. So we're basically talking sort of like this gun is going to basically create peace, and I'm saying, no, the same gun's going to create war. And this is essentially the core issue. This pales in the whole proved reserve issue is a really secondary issue compared to this issue. I found it very interesting in these technical papers to read the paper trail on how on the concern of water encroaching and their desperate struggle to kind of get this under control. Because these are smart people. They're employing the single best technology that Schlumberger and Baker Hughes and Halliburton and the best technology company they have. They create all this technology. By the late 1980s, they're observing with great interest, which amazed me as I read this, the experience of the Austin Chalk in Texas of using this horizontal drilling as a way to create great wellhead productivity. And then they're amazed to watch with interest when PDO in Oman, run by Shell Oil Companies, best technicians, bring this technology to the Middle East for the first time ever and start applying it at the Yabal field. And 2 years later, they began applying this technology at Berry, and then it went to Abcake, and it went to Gawar. And by the late 1990s, they found that they couldn't tolerate vertical wells anymore because they were watering up almost as soon as they came on production. So out went vertical wells, generation number one, and in went the second generation wells, which are these long extended reach horizontal wells. And as you read these papers, there's a sort of sense of eureka. We have finally solved our water problems until about 30 months later, they got introduced, as everyone else that used the same stuff did too, to the fact that water channeling is quite different than water coning. Water coning is just when the water hits the wellbore. Water channeling is the whole 3,000 foot water's up at the same time. And so then they went to third generation wells, which are called maximum reservoir contact wells. And I should have drawn these out, but these are basically wells that they're standard reach wells, but they have multiple nipples on them. Some of the papers refer to these as bottle brush wells because they really sort of look like the bottle brush. And they're ecstatic. This is returning well productivity to rates they basically hadn't seen since the early 80s. 8, 10, 12,000 barrels a day per well and no water for a while. super straws, in my opinion. And it was interesting, at the OTC in May, Dr. Solari came and presented a paper, the fact that they have now gone to intelligent wells as the best way to produce the fields in Saudi Arabia, which is the 4th generation. Intelligent wells are bottle brush wells, but they have water safety valves on each of the nipples, which means, in my opinion, they're starting to experience watering problems in the 3rd generation wells. And this is how moving from 1st, 2nd, 3rd generation in a 5-year period of time is how they, quote, got their water cut under control. And in my opinion, that's a holiday. And when the water cut comes back, it'll go just like Yabal. Let me tell you the sad history of Yabal, which I've used many times as a case study, and I've gotten vicious, violent, better word, reactions saying that is not a good case study. That's a totally different type reservoir. I said, no, I know it's the Shaiba formation, just like the Shaiba. But this case study, it's the first field that used these tools. And the productivity was fabulous. And so Shell Oil Company, now forget about all the stories about Shell about their proved reserve. This is the best technicians at Shell, went to the Mon government in 1997 and said, we are so pleased with the use of this great technology that we're recommending that we basically spend the money and increase the productive capacity by 30% because it will last for 10 years. Unfortunately, with the benefit of hindsight, 1997 was when the Yabal field peaked at 250,000 barrels a day, and it's down to about 30,000 barrels a day today. So when the end ended, it just came down like a Niagara Falls. And I think that Yabal is basically what we need to worry about in all 5, 6 of these key fields. And obviously they disagree with that. What I also find interesting is to read in detail about their new projects that they have coming on. The biggest one is Qatif. And that will be a very key test. It comes on stream, I think, sometime, they say maybe late July, early August. Qatif is not a new field. Qatif actually was discovered in 1945. So it says sandwiched between Abqaiq and Gawar. But it's a field that they could never get to produce. And even in the 70s, when they're starting to worry about we're overproducing Gawar, maybe we should find a way to rest this field, but the market needs our oil. By 1977, they turned Qatif into a storage cavern for excess naphtha at the Ras Tanur refinery on the knowledge that it might destroy the reservoir. But they didn't care. The average H2S cut is basically about 10 to 20%, and H2S, if you breathe it, kills you instantly. This is a very complicated field. They think that they're going to be able to produce this field at 500,000 barrels a day for 30 years. I think watching this, if you can watch it with any quality information, will be one of the really telltale signs, because if this fails, everything they have behind it gets worse. And then they have a field called Al Basafu, which is they share the production with Bahrain, and in fact Bahrain's paying for the project. That they've already placed the world's largest order of electric submersible pumps. Well, for 30, 40 years, you didn't need to use a pump in Saudi Arabia to produce oil. You used a wellhead being shut in to keep the oil from flowing more. So these are sort of the next 2 best things they have to bring on. And then from and what's also interesting is last December, they made quite a to-do at 2 or 3 energy conferences that, don't worry, this is not going to be excess capacity. We're doing this to start replacing the normal declines in our mature fields. That argument totally went away in February, once this debate erupted, and now these fields are basically proof that they can just keep going up to, and that they have lots more behind this. This will be extremely interesting to watch. Behind this is the next big project they're talking about, and it's the Curious field. Curious turns out to be the 2nd largest onshore structure ever discovered in Saudi Arabia. But after drilling 90 producing wells, which was almost the same amount that Gawar had in the early 70s, they just couldn't ever find a way to get quality production out of Curious. Well, they now think that modern technology solved this puzzle, and they're talking about 800,000 barrels a day out of Curious, but back in 2001, 2002, Curious was going to be the first field coming on, and then for some reason they dropped that and decided to do Qatif. So they also say that between Curious and Manifa, if I pronounce that right, Manifa, are 41 billion barrels of Saudi Arabia's proved reserves. You can't find any data whatsoever in any SP paper ever written about Manifa. It's never produced anything. So what they have left might be fabulous, and it might be really meager pickings. Are there vast areas yet to be explored? Well, what I know from reading SPE papers, because they've been very specific, is that Saudi Aramco applies state-of-the-art geophysical tools to desperately search for oil outside this small concentration in the eastern province. Ironically, in 1986, and if any of you can remember back in energy history, in 1986, we think we have maybe 20 million barrels a day of excess shut-in oil, and oil prices are, hovering around $8 to $10 a barrel. Saudi Aramco buys the technology for Landsat. It's the most sophisticated aeromagnetic, and start creating communication between planes flying over the Central Arabian Peninsula and seismic crews on the ground. In 1986. In 1989, they basically found what turned out to be the only commercial success that they had in 30 years. And it's a little tiny field called Hatta and 3 or 4 satellite fields. And the great news is that Hatta produced about 49 to 51% gravity oil, so it's really almost motor gasoline quality. The bad news is that the maximum, through very tight rocks, they got 200,000 barrels a day out of this complex, and then to get it out, you had to inject water from an aquifer nearby, and the aquifer was loaded with bacteria. And now this field is almost corroded away. So the only really new field they found is really in very bad shape. The other remaining areas, and this is also interesting, if you listen carefully to their side of the debate, they don't actually say there's oil every place. They say there are 3 areas left to be explored. Right along the Iraq border is an area that's never had any exploration, and it's kind of maybe the size of California. They say. It doesn't look like that from that to me, but that's it. They said the deep water part of the Red Sea and the very bottom end of the empty quarter. But that's not a lot of territory left. And you could also make the case, as you look at the western desert of Iraq and then right south of it, that it might not actually be worth exploring, because we've intensely explored in Syria, Jordan, and the rest of Saudi Arabia and never found anything. So this might or might not have some oil. So I say that the idea that, well, if they ever needed more, they could just drill for it, there isn't any data of any quality to support that claim. And then there's finally an interesting thesis called the Royal Family of Hydrocarbons that the French Petroleum Institute created about 3 decades ago, when they spent a couple of decades, or at least a decade, studying the exploration history in kind of all the hydrocarbon-bearing places we know. And they said what's interesting is what seems to happen like clockwork is in about the first 5 to 7 years, you tend to find the queen, the second biggest field. Occasionally you find the king. Then it takes 2 or 3 years to actually hone in on either the queen or the king, which you didn't find. And then after that, over the next decade, you find 6 to 10 lords. Once you've done that, you've got the royal family. After that, there are just lots of pockets of tiny hydrocarbon. Could the royal family theory be alive and well in Saudi Arabia? Well, it's just interesting to look at the history. Abqaiq was discovered in 1940, and that was the queen. While Safanea was the biggest of the queens, the reservoir quality is so much worse in Safanea. I'd say it was this queen's stepsister. And then the king of all kings, Gawar, was 48. And then Beri 65, Zuluf 64, Marjan 67, Shaba 68, and that was the last. Isn't that interesting? That's a long, long period of time to go without finding anything any better. What's also interesting in this context is to stop just a second and share a little bit of data about the gas initiative. Because it turns out that Saudi Arabia is listed as the 4th largest holder of proved gas reserves in the world. And about 4 years ago, there was all this big excitement about the gas initiative, $25 to $30 billion. And for the first time in 30 years, the major oil companies are going to come back into Saudi Arabia. And then the thing just finally fell apart. It was falling apart during the last year ago, February, when I was there. And once I started reading the SBE papers about gas, I thought, well, I know why this is falling apart. The reserves are awful. It's interesting that they went back and they divided the gas initiative up into little packages so that it would attract more parties. And early this spring, they basically announced the 4 winners. The 4 winners were basically Lukoil, Sinopec, Repsol, and Eni. I happened to ask one of the senior executives of one of our very large oil companies in the United States who spent a lot of time working on the gas initiative. I said, were you guys really surprised that nobody from the Western oil companies showed up for that? He said, not at all. The reservoirs are awful. And I thought, that's interesting. They sounded awful to me in the SBE paper, too. Why the gas thing is so important, though, is that Saudi Arabia today has about 24, maybe 25 million people, headed to 40. It's given their population demographics. Every added person in Saudi Arabia is going to need water. The only way they can create incremental water is desalination. And desalination has the energy intensity of a steel mill. If they don't find natural gas, and if they don't quickly buy what's left of Qatar's gas, then it's really problematic how they actually continue to grow their water supply and their electricity supply. So it could turn out that deficiencies in gas are actually a lot more important than oil. Well, there's finally an issue about the reserves, because if in fact their 260 billion barrels of proved reserves are correct, then they have 90 years. And so all this stuff basically might just become moot. Or it could turn out that they basically, like all the other producers in the Middle East, got into bragging rights and during the 80s just upped their reserves by a pencil, and that the reserves could be no better or worse than what the single best people on earth thought they were that knew how to do this stuff in 1975. Because there's in public domain the reserve, field-by-field reserve estimates of Aramco when it was being run by Exxon, Chevron, Standard Oil of California, and Mobil in Texaco. And they had the best people in the world at doing this complicated reserve calculations working on these issues. This was the biggest deal they had. They thought that all the fields collectively had 108 billion barrels. They thought Gawar basically had 61 billion barrels. We were told in February that Gawar's already produced 55. Now 61 is not total, it's the amount they could recover. So if it turns out that these guys are sort of correct, and it's interesting, one of my neighbors in Maine is the retired chairman of the board of Texaco in the 70s. I actually saw him in Maine the week after the CSIS thing, and he came up to me, he said, boy, every Texaco employee I've ever known has been on the phone saying, do you have any idea who this Simmons guy is? He said, yeah, he's my neighbor. So we were chuckling about that, and I said, hey, Butch, tell me, in all seriousness, back in the 70s, how dumb were you guys? Butch Granville's about 6'8", and he looks at me and says, you're not calling me dumb, are you? I said, no, I'm just joking. But I told him these numbers. I said, your best people at Aramco thought that Gawar had 61 billion barrels. They've now produced 55, but they claim that Gawar has another 125 that it can recover. 125 plus 60 is 180. Could you have missed Gawar by threefold? And first time I've ever seen this gentleman not in a jovial mood. He said, those are real numbers? He said, we couldn't have missed it by over 20%. Impossible. And he said, we had better people working on this calculation back in the 70s, and really, because we've really deteriorated as a society in the ability to basically do these complicated reserve calculations. We've created a generation of what a couple of my scientific friends call Nintendo geologists that just sit on a workstation and do modeling and say, oh, look at that field. And if it turns out that the old 75 numbers are right, then we really are almost to the end of the miracle, and we should be preparing for the beginning of steep declines in the 5 great fields. And so my bottom line on all of this is not to say I know this is going to happen, because I don't. But I think this is an enormous worry for the well-being of the world. And I happen to believe that, in fact, as much as you might dislike energy, it's the best thing that we've ever had. And it's modern energy that basically created every aspect of our society today. And unfortunately, there's still 5 billion people on Earth that are just starting to use modern energy, and this is a bad time to basically say, oh no, that era ended. So basically, I think that it's time to take real seriously an era of real data reform and create some real transparency that means something. If we were all the owners of a refrigerator company, or let's say BMW, and we've just designed a fabulous new line of cars, we say these cars are going to sell like hotcakes, and then someone says, I know that only thing that makes me a little nervous is we have one steel mill that provides us all of our rolled steel. We haven't actually, I've lost their phone number. But I just found it, and I said, how good are your steel mills? Oh, our steel mills are in great shape. Don't you think that we would basically want to send someone there and actually check them out and just make sure they were ready? And I think it's time to have a check them out and a total. I'm now not talking about Saudi Aramco. I'm talking about every single oil producer on earth that wants to be counted serious, including Exxon, BP, the whole 9 yards, because we're too close to the edge. And my solution, and there are probably a lot of better solutions, but the only advantage of this is it could be done by the end of the year, is that we enforce, hopefully voluntarily, we enforce timely production of field-by-field production. I'd like 5 years as an analyst. It would kind of give you a better idea of how to do trends. And then the next 5 pieces of data are the average number of producing wellbores that produce that. So if you see a field at 100,000 barrels a day for 5 years, but their wellbores went from 50 to 500, say, man alive, look at the embedded decline rates that are in that field. Those are the 10 pieces of data. The last 3 are reserve-based data. I would like to know the latest estimates as an analyst by field of the original oil in place, and that should kind of move around on you. I'd like to know the current estimate of the ultimate recoverable reserves, and then I'd like to know the cumulative production. Because within those 13 pieces of data, it would take me as an analyst half a day, with probably time to actually go have a nap, to actually go through the 5 fields and say, I was totally wrong, or Houston, we have a world-class problem. Can this reform happen? And then, most importantly, is it too late? Well, I am fully aware that secrecy has been a mantra at OPEC for the last 2 decades, and it's sort of inbred in their culture. And I've had a number of people within OPEC say, you know, I kind of individually think that what you're suggesting makes a lot of sense, but it just won't happen. I say that actually is for the birds. We've done a lot more important things for society than just say, hey, guys, it's time to basically, the trust me era is over. And I think if the stakeholders, and I think all of us in this room are stakeholders, if the stakeholders get serious about this and just politely say, guys, the old era is over, we need this data, there's nothing painful about this, and everybody becomes a winner. And I think since Saudi Arabia has basically been such a champion of better energy transparency, that they actually could move to the head of the class by taking the lead in this. And I would really hope that at some point they'd get over their annoyance of having someone even question the virility of their oil and say, well, if it's true, then rather than send people around the world to do stuff like I showed you, just start producing this data. And this is what my message to them has been. And I said, if 3 or 4 years from now that data shows I'm wrong, I will be the most public advocate in the world, saying I was totally wrong about my concerns, and I am delighted that I raised them, because I'm going to sleep better at night knowing we have that data. The reason we need this data is basically that if the data confirms my supply worries are true, we need to get working on what I euphemistically call Plan B. It was sort of a lot of things that Ann was talking about this morning. We should have started working on it a decade ago. And Plan B is going to take a lot of time. Do we have the time? I'm not sure we do, but I know one thing, that until we have this data, we're going to basically just fly until we hit a wall. And we hit a wall, it could be one of the most surprising things in the history of our lifetime. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Simmons, for this fascinating presentation. I'd like to open the floor to questions.
Could you just say what an SP paper is?
Oh, yes. The SPE paper. The Society of Petroleum Engineers is the largest technical organization in the world, and it is a fabulous organization. They have about 60,000 members, and they have chapters in every oil province, and they're giving conferences all the time. And at the conference, you have to write a paper, and it gets vetted before. And so it's really at the heart of our petroleum kind of education. $5 a copy, by the way, to download them.
Yeah.
We at IAGS, we did a similar study on Iraqi oil reserves, and the conclusions are just as sober. So I think it's much broader than Saudi Arabia. So I sympathize with your frustration. And if you look at even though you presented some very encouraging developments in the past 4 months, I think that they are being offset by very negative developments when it comes to Russia's transparency. We've learned a couple of months ago that President Putin decided to declare Russian oil reserve data a state secret. So I'm not sure that we're going forward. We may be going backward when it comes to international transparency in the oil reserve data. The most annoying thing, to my view, is the attitude of the U.S. government on this issue, because if the Saudis are promising 10 to 15 million barrels a day in the next 50 years, I really don't understand how come the Energy Information Administration, and Guy Caruso, for example, talking about 25 million barrels per day of Saudi oil production by 2025 to meet the 120 million barrels per day required to sustain the world energy demand. So aren't we really helping to proliferate and sustain this myth instead of debunking it?
Well, you know, it's a good question. All I could say is that, first of all, I'm a good friend of Guy's, and I think he is struggling mightily to try to reform the entire IEA apparatus, and he's dealing with a bunch of technocrats that are so proud of their models, and Guy does not produce all those numbers, and ISIS. But here's what's happened over there. This is the IEA in Paris, this is the EIA in Washington, this is the CGEAS where I spoke last week. And London, everyone that do these models, they always come up with what they think demand could be. And then they back into supply by taking all the suppliers, and they take the most that they could possibly do, and then they finally, the plug figures the Middle East. For a long time, we just kind of said the Middle East. And now we say, well, we know that Iran's peaked. We know that Kuwait's probably peaked. We know that maybe the Emirates could do another 600,000 barrels a day. So the plug picture is Saudi Arabia. And everyone just took that for granted because they looked at the 260 and they divided by 90 years. There's no reason they couldn't do that. And it, as odd as this sounds, I'm sort of the belief that I was the first person in the world to actually say something doesn't smell. Other people had said something doesn't smell right, but I stumbled into the SB library. And by the time I started understanding these words, it did become kind of exciting, like a data search. So I think that we've all basically just kind of blissfully gone along saying, well, that has to be true, because if it isn't, what on earth would we do? So I think that, and I'll tell you what surprises me even more, though, is that I've been basically at this U.S.-Japan Energy Dialogue meeting the last 2 days and need to go back there in a few minutes to finish up. And last week I was at Sheikh Yamani's annual energy retreat with a lot of key people, petroleum ministers, past petroleum ministers, and and I gave a talk briefly about Saudi. I gave a talk about total energy and the fact that we should be prepared for total energy to peak and just get ready for it so it's not such a blithering surprise. And that was deemed to be maybe the most pessimistic talk almost anyone there had ever heard. And at the end of the day, I basically heard for about a half an hour all these people standing up to say, I've been so depressed today, this is a week ago yesterday, been so depressed today about Matt's talk, but here's where he's wrong. And finally, Sheikh Yamani said, Mr. Simmons, you must want to defend yourself. And I just got up and said, well, I kind of said what I believed this morning. But I just think you guys need to all understand that, yes, it seems impossible that demand could continue to increase, but I just came back from 10 days in China and South Asia. I tell you, there is nothing going to slow that train down until I had the opportunity of trying to explain what a term I use called energy demand has become a runaway train at the Energy Institute at the East China Normal University to these PhD candidates. They couldn't understand the concept of a runaway train. So I say, there's no way we can stop that train until they hit a brick wall. We have between 6 and 8 million barrels a day of announced projects coming on stream between now and 2009, and that's been remarkably optimistic that they all happen on time and they all kind of have nameplate capacity when they come on. So that's best case. If global decline rates are only 3%, then we take away 11 and add 6 to 8. The numbers don't work. But the fact of the matter is that I'm really viewed by most of these people as being some sort of a Darth Vader. And I'm not. I'm just an analyst. But the more you analyze, the more uncomfortable this picture becomes.
What, if any, response does the Saudi leadership give when asked the question, and perhaps maybe someone knows about Russia too, why all the secrecy? There's no obvious reason, is there, that this data, other than that you have something to hide? I mean, that's the only conclusion that you can come to, isn't it?
What's interesting is all during the 60s and 70s, they used to, all the OPEC producers produced field by field production. And then in kind of 80, 81, it finally, by the end of 81, it disappeared. And maybe it was when everyone had excess capacity. And they just didn't, I don't know what it was, but I think, well, I don't care what the history is. Enough's enough. There's nothing about this data, unless they say it's a state secret, and it's a state secret because they're worried about how skimpy the data is. There's nothing about the data that tips somebody's hand. But I think that it is culturally, the Middle East is a secrety place, and that guess has always been. But again, enough's enough. Time for change.
To what extent can you get this oil out by spending a lot more money?
It becomes two totally unrelated issues, because once you get inert oil, you get a total commingling of the water, and the gas bubble forms at the top, and then each individual wellbore just produces. I'll give you a classic example of what I'm talking about. The East Texas oil field, by all accounts, was the greatest oil field that was found in the Western Hemisphere, and it will ultimately recover, they think, now, maybe 82%. Most people think the East Texas oil field ended years ago. Last year, it produced 13,500 barrels a day of oil and over 1 million barrels a day of brine. So that's in West Texas. The average oil well produces about 95% water. The reason we have over 1 million barrels a day of stripper wells is it's dealing with oil left behind. And we've never found a technology so far to really effectively, you can go back and sometimes capture little pockets by doing these horizontal wells, and just because it's a race between letting the water, finding areas where there's still a little pressure there, but maybe when it all comes, we'll be so ingenious, we'll find some totally new way, but there's nothing on the drawing board today.
At present, how much does that increase the price, the cost of the oil?
Oh, it would probably go up 20-fold.
20-fold.
Yeah, I'm just guessing that number. 20-fold? Well, what you also have to do is you'd have to quickly start putting, there are 31 drilling rigs in Saudi Arabia. They would probably need 1,000. To create 1,000 new drilling rigs takes a decade of building drilling plants again. So it's not amount of money. It's really everything basically changes in a very profound way.
Looking for a silver lining in this rather dark picture, one, it would seem that this suggests that there will be, in the not-too-distant future, a diminishing of the money that the Wahhabis will have to spend on the kinds of bad things we were talking about earlier in the day. The other is that this could well catalyze, finally, some of the actions that we're talking about on Plan B. To give people as much clarity about how you see that pressure sort of kicking in, economic or maybe even political, what's your timeline? Assuming the data is as you say it is, and I know that you are not sure it is, but let's just say it is, when does it peak? How fast does the diminution kick in a really powerful way, would you say?
Well, there isn't, as far as I can determine, there isn't any data on Earth that we have created that will tell us that we basically have peaked. The best tool we have is what I euphemistically call a rear view mirror. And it's just when you finally say, gosh, isn't that amazing? What I'm now far more educated about is that on this peaking question is these are rate sensitive fields. And the higher you produce, the faster they'll be over. And this was an interesting conversation that I actually had in Kuwait when I presented my Saudi finds at the boardroom of Kuwait Petroleum Corporation. Maybe we're crazy to produce as high as we are, because we have nothing after oil until we prepare something. So rate sensitivity becomes a really big issue. And how fast this could happen, well, it could basically be happening now. Or it could be 4 years from now or 5, conceivably 10 years from now, but I tend to find 10 years from now almost hard to believe. But I hope I'm wrong, and I'm probably overly worried about this. But since it takes so long to work out what I call Plan Bs, because Plan Bs are no one thing, they're just a plethora of things to do to hopefully buy time till we do Plan C, which is a totally new form of energy we don't even have the drawing board today. Then I think we should assume that the end is on hand and start working feverishly, and then be pleasantly surprised if we had 5 years or 10 years.
I mean, there seems to be a huge political implication to this. The Chinese are now getting very close to the Saudis because by the year 2020, you just came from China, you probably have a better idea than I do, they would be consuming as much energy as we do in this country. And Saudi Arabia is looking for an ally that share values with it, in China would be the one. So what is the political implication to the whole world politics, but specifically the Saudi-Chinese relations?
Let me broaden that issue and give you a number that I gave at this presentation in Shanghai at the Institute for Energy Economics, which is, I'm told, the only one so far that exists at an academic institution in China. As I said, Mexico is the smallest per capita oil producer within the OECD. They produce just about 7 barrels a day of oil. I mean, it's consumed about 7 barrels a day. If India and China ever got to be where Mexico is today, you're talking about 44.5 million barrels of oil, assuming their population doesn't grow. What I also said when I raised this issue in the Middle East before the CSIS, when I had the opportunity of giving this sort of Saudi presentation in Kuwait at the Organization of Arab Producing State headquarters in the boardroom of KPC, and then the next morning at Qatar Petroleum, as I said, you know, we don't have any Plan B, which is why we need to assume is then, and I wouldn't want to be part of the delegation that had to go tell India and China, sorry guys, we actually used up your share on our watch. But you know what was interesting is that I gave a very blunt talk in Shanghai, and I got enormous praise for being honest. And what my conclusion was that there's nothing we can do about this. It's just going to happen. But it is a showstopper for what you want to do, and therefore it's enormously important that you guys take the lead and maybe ideally pick Houston as a sister city for all of China, and let's get busy on energy R&D we've never even thought about before. And I suspect if you take the ingenuity of the Indians and the ingenuity of the Chinese and you put them square right in looking in the mirror, that they might actually do something that we haven't done. I mean, took us, you know, nuclear was the only form of energy we created in the 20th century. It took about 50 years. We don't have 50 years. So, but if you leave them unaware and just blissfully assuming, and if you listen to almost any energy economist today, they literally think I'm raving mad, and I think they're crazy. But you know, that's when the Chinese, in my opinion, get real mad, when it turns out that no one warned them about this. I better let you all go.
Your last remark reminded me of there was one issue that might have come up in the morning session and is raised by your remarks now. What about nuclear energy?
Nuclear energy has got to come back, but we don't have any idea what the resource of the uranium is. And you know, you add 100 nuclear plants, which is kind of a Marshall Plan of nuclear, and it's barely any energy. I mean, it's, you know, our country's got to wake up and embrace nuclear energy. There's nothing wrong with it, other than and you know, hire armies if you want to, but it's clean, so forth. But yeah, and I also think it is basically it's time for our environmental leaders to kind of grow up and say, you know, modern energy was the best gift we had to the world. And all we've done for the last 30 years, I've painfully watched at too many conferences of these just trashing every form of modern energy. And they say, when it's gone. And peaking doesn't mean it's gone, but when we realize that, we'll start realizing, but man alive, why were we so harsh on that stuff? So I just think we have a lot of big changes we have to make, and if we make them now, and then it turns out that we didn't have to, it's kind of like our preoccupation for the last 50 years of thermonuclear war. We didn't have one. I'm glad we worried. Thank you.
C-SPAN is the only place on TV where you can see the entire Democratic convention this month from Boston without commercials or commentary. C-SPAN, your political network of record for the 2004 vote. Next, here on C-SPAN 2, terrorism and the use of the Internet. After that, the New Republic's Spencer Ackerman on the search for Osama bin Laden.